Hello. First thing I need to check. Can everyone hear me? I had a moment where I realised I hadn't double checked my microphone before I came live. So, as long as the microphone's working, we are good. I will just have to, readjust this a little. Okay, that's maybe a bit more than a little. Why is it all of a sudden stuck? Okay, right, we're just going to have to deal with it being there. I'll sit on a cushion, that's what I'll do. I'll sit on a cushion, there we go. Now I'm taller. Hello, everyone. It has been an interesting day. I hope everyone is all right. I hope the weather is treating you fine. I know that in a lot of places it is absolutely freezing right now. I'll be honest, I'm cold here, but that's because I'm a wuss. It's not actually because it's legitimately cold. It's just because I really don't like anything other than tropical temperatures. I am a very, is the word nesh person. I'm not very good with the cold, so I have a heater running behind me. So if you can hear the heater, I apologise. It's to stop me from chattering my teeth while I'm sitting here. Right. Let's go and let's say hello to some people. What have we got? We've got Pennsylvania, Atlanta, Scotland, Spain, Brazil, Glasgow, Finland, Virginia, California, Austria, Leeds, Ohio. Let's see, am I missing some further up? Probably. Wow, so many people. Romania, Australia. Wow, is it really early in Australia, or is it a decent morning time? Because I would hate for you to be waking up at crazy early hours in the morning just to watch me live stream. For reference, all of the streams are posted after the fact on YouTube so that you can watch them whenever you fancy. Of course, at that point, you're not going to be able to comment necessarily because I'm not going to be able to give you a response, but they are up if you would like to watch them or listen to them like a podcast episode. Just bear in mind that it does take about 3, maybe 4 hours for them to be posted on YouTube because it takes a long time for them to render, and then the subtitles takes even longer. That's something that YouTube's been really behind at the minute. So, as always, I'm going to try my best to answer questions chronologically. You might find that I bounce around a little bit if there are similar questions that I can answer all in one go, or if an additional question comes in and it makes more sense for me to answer it right there and then. Otherwise, I'm going to try and do them chronologically, and if I post a question and I have not got to it yet, I'm not going to be able to answer it. And also, if I don't answer a question, it could be that I have a video on the subject, I've already answered it during the stream, or it's a question that I simply am not going to be able to effectively answer, or I don't feel as though I can offer any kind of answer. So just bear that in mind, and yeah, let's do this. Is this the first live stream in 2023? I think it might be. Damn. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Valerie. I really appreciate it. Cute little dancing. Is that a game console? I think it's a game console. It's cute. So, just before we go up, I have a question that is not really witchcraft related, but I feel like I want to answer it now anyway while I go up to the first question, and that is, what did you think of Wednesday? So, Wednesday being the TV show on Netflix Wednesday. I actually really enjoyed it. I was a little surprised, honestly. I thought it was too obvious. I was like, is it gonna be? Is it gonna be? And then, I'm not gonna spoil it for you, but I found it really good. The only thing that I didn't like so much about it was this, the animation, the CGI aspect. I wasn't such a fan of that, but the rest of it was good. So if you are interested in watching Wednesday, it could be really interesting. And there's a little bit of psychic stuff in there. It's not really necessarily witchcraft, but it's kind of witchcraft adjacent, which could be fun if that's the kind of thing you like to watch. I'm shivering so bad right now because this room is really cold, so I'm hoping that in about 10 minutes the heater will have warmed this room up so it's not so bone-chillingly cold in here. I forget that if I don't have the heater on in advance, I am just a shivery mess. So, I'm going to go up now and see where the first question is. I did see a few of them come in early. Some of you like to post questions before I even come live, so I have to keep going all the way up to the top to make sure that I catch them all. Or at least catch most of them anyway. Let's have a look. Where was I? Oh, okay, this one's an interesting one. So, I was on a Witchcraft forum and heard about something called Summerland. Have you ever heard of it? So yeah, Summerland is a fairly interesting topic. For me anyway, I find it kind of unusual in a way. So Summerland is the afterlife for quite a large number of pagans. Like, mostly Wiccans follow the idea of Summerland. I think it's important to note, though, that not every Wiccan is going to follow the same beliefs and the same traditions, and now there are so many different varieties of Wicca that it kind of becomes difficult to figure out what all Wiccans believe in. And the reality is that nowadays not all Wiccans believe the same things. But one thing that some Wiccans do believe in is the idea of Summerland. It's essentially a location where the dead go to after, well, death. And it's a beautiful place where the sun is always shining and the land is always plentiful and there's music and dancing, and it genuinely seems really nice. Now, I'm not sure, though, where that comes from, because obviously Wicca is a fairly new religion in the grand scheme of religions. You know, even if it was based off something older, the religion as we see it today really only came about in the 1930s to 1950s. So where the idea specifically of Summerland came from, I'm not really sure. And if anyone has any references for that, I would love to know, because I've never really known of anyone having a kind of source for it. It just kind of appeared. So I know that there's different versions of it, as is mentioned here, that it's present in Slavic and Hellenic mythology, but with different names. I know that there are several different ideas for a Summerland type place, but I'm not sure where the term Summerland came from, other than the fact that it seems as though people believe that it is a summery, sunny kind of place. Now, if you don't like the cold, that might not be the best afterlife, but if you are like me and you like the warmth, then that sounds like it could be kind of good. Okay, it was up here somewhere. I don't know which one I'm using this one. I have two chats going so that I can keep track of the top of the chat and the bottom of the chat at the same time. And of course, as I do, I forget which one I'm working off, and then I lose where I am, which is no surprise to anyone who's listening to this. Okay, how often do you recharge your home protection items? When you do, is it as involved as the first time you charge the object, or is it a simpler procedure? This one's a really interesting one, actually. So when I do, obviously it's going to depend on the type of house protection that I'm doing, but usually it's a simpler process for most things. So for things like wards, shields, and those kind of energetic protections, it's pretty much the same as when I made it, because it is the gathering of that energy, the linking it to a source if you do need that, and then attaching it into that working. So it's basically just a repetition of the energy process. Especially if you're using some kind of battery, then you're just linking it to it. However, if it's something like Rowan protection charms, witch bells, or really anything like that, the making process involves me making the item. So that would be like making the witch's ladder or the witch's bells or the witch's ball. And then the recharging process is just me re-energizing what I've already made. So in which case that is much simpler than the alternative of completely redoing it time and time again. But of course, some people like redoing these things. So like witch's bells, I'm not going to recreate witch's bells every single year. I'll simply recharge the ones I've already made. That way I'm not wasting any kind of materials that I've used. So ultimately it depends on the style of home protection that I'm working with. But with some things like witch bottles, for instance, I will just redo the entire thing just because I find it easier that way. And also, especially with witch bottles that contain any kind of liquids, the older they are, the more chance you have of them breaking by themselves or something happening to them. So with those kind of home protections, I typically replace them entirely and just redo the entire thing again. So I'm not sure if that's helpful because it's obviously going to vary very much on what it is that you're using. But general rule of thumb is that with the energy work, it's the same. With physical items, I will then just add more energy into it. Ooh, what books would you recommend for witchcraft, healing and herbal recipes such as teas, tinctures, and balms? Now, this is one aspect of witchcraft that I don't really practice all that much. I'll be honest, I don't trust myself to do like tinctures and balms and teas. It's something I really need to look into. So if anyone who is listening right now, or anyone after the fact actually, if you have a good book on herbal recipes like teas, tinctures, and balms, feel free to post it so that everyone can have a better idea of the kind of things that are out there, because this is something I don't massively have in my collection. I have a few books on the subject, but I'll be honest, I wouldn't recommend them. So I'm all ears for people who maybe have better alternatives to the books that I have. I've got to figure out where I was now, because obviously I've just gone all the way back up to the top again so that I don't miss any of the questions. Oh, here we go. I'm currently working on my first book of shadows. I'm wanting to purchase a couple of oils to start with in Candle Magic. Which ones would you recommend to start with? So really it's going to depend on what it is that you are wanting to work with. And that's a very open-ended question. It could be any number of things. Now, if you want to say work with lunar energy, then if you can find maybe a full moon oil and a new moon oil, these containing herbs and oils that are associated with the moon phase, and then they're also charged in that lunar cycle, that could be a good option for starting your practice if it's the moon that you want to work with. If you are working with deities, then maybe their oils could be a good starting point. If you want to work with the elements, then those kind of oils could be good. These are blended oils that I'm referring to right now. And if you have any specific goals in mind, a good option could be protection. Protection oil is great on bags, on dolls, on petitions. It's great just to anoint on yourself if it's skin safe. You can also use it on candles and also on your surroundings as well. So that could be a good beginner kind of step into candle oils. If we're talking essential oils to make your own oils with, then that's really going to depend on what it is you have access to, what is affordable for you, and also what suits your intention and what is safe to use. And as with all kinds of essential oils, please make sure that you dilute it. With all anointing oils, like botanical oils that are for dressing candles, just do a patch test on yourself to make sure that you're not going to have an allergy to it before you start. So yeah, really, it's super duper flexible. If you do have any kind of specific paths that you want to go down, I might be able to give you some more specific recommendations. But yeah, it's kind of the problem with getting started is that there are just so many options. It can be kind of confusing as to where to start, but maybe protection and manifestation or positivity, those two could be good options because then you're kind of getting both sides of it. You're getting the protective energy, but you're also going to be able to manifest change for whatever purpose, whether that's luck or money or anything really that you can think of. Do you have any witchy craft projects currently? I am kind of working on one. It's not so much a craft project so much as a DIY project. Finally, have I got shelving in my workshop/office. And I love them so much. I'm currently transferring all of my herbs from bags into jars. And I'm so happy about that because I have got bags everywhere, like legit everywhere. So really excited about getting them all labeled up super nicely in jars. And I keep ordering like a few jars here, a few jars there, just so that the delivery man doesn't think I'm completely nuts. But that's kind of the project I'm working on right now. It's not so much necessarily, which I suppose it's kind of witchy adjacent because it's stuff that I use for my practice, but isn't necessarily my practice solely. So yeah, that's currently what I'm working on. It's probably not the most interesting thing, but if you wanted an update for the office/workshop, there is your update. It's slow progress, but we're getting there. Bum, bum, okay. Forget where I was. Am I on the right thing? Oh, I'm not on the right thing. That's why I don't know where I am. I went to the wrong chat again. I hope I was in the right place then, because I'm pretty certain that I just was using the wrong chat. Anyway. Oh, do you know of anything about storm energy or storm magic? I do, but I'm going to need some specifics. What in terms of storm magic, storm energy are you wanting to know about? Because that in itself is quite a substantial topic. So if you have any kind of like specifics, that would be super great. Because yeah, some of these topics are just so big. I never know specifically what to like pick out from it. Let's see. I just saw that little emoji thing again and it's dancing and now I just want to like do a little boogie. It's been a while since I filmed, can you tell? I feel quite awkward in front of a camera again. Are you still doing the Blackthorn Arch series? I'm trying to. I've ended up juggling quite a few things and I'm like trying not to fall off the bandwagon on any of them, which it's proving kind of difficult. So I have a few episodes that are scripted. I did film a few episodes of season 2, which was meant to go out before Christmas, and then I lost all of the footage. So I am going to have to desperately search through all of my SD cards and hard drives and just hope that I can find it. The problem is I am one of those annoying people that when they're asked to name a file, they just mush some keys on their keyboard. I'm one of those people. So I have thousands of files that are just labeled like LKJUNBTD. And I get to the end of it and I'm like, I don't know what any of these are. If only I could just be more like organized mentally to actually label things, I wouldn't have this problem. So I need to find everything, sort files by date, but the problem with doing that is that not all of my files are on one SD card. They're on about 5. And I don't have any memory of when I actually filmed these videos. I think I must have filmed them. I remember getting stupidly angry during one of them because I couldn't say this one sentence right. I vividly remember that, unless that was just a strange dream that I had. Which honestly might have been the case. Who knows? I'm not sure. Ooh, here we go. This is a really good one. I like this one. And also, this could be good for anyone else who's experienced this themselves. I'm going to be moving house in the next few months. We have several spirits, including past pets, currently with us. Can I invite them to move with us to the new house? How would you go about it? So you definitely can, yeah. So there are a few different techniques to doing this. I obviously don't know all of them, but this is typically how I would go about moving spirits, is that I would verbally ask them if they would like to join us. If they don't want to, then that's okay and they can stay where they are if they're comfortable there. But if they would like to come, I would then create or have some kind of spirit house or spirit box. Now, this isn't something that you're going to want to trap them in. A lot of people use like spirit boxes and spirit traps. And by spirit box, I don't mean the boxes that make that awful noise in like ghost hunting shows. I mean like a box that the spirit can reside in. And this is going to be used as a vessel so that they can enter that vessel. Usually there would be some energy inside, maybe a bit of food, some offerings, but definitely energy at the very least inside, that will allow them to sustain themselves if perhaps they are linked to the land or the location. They don't necessarily feel comfortable moving without that additional energy. So you would place this item in somewhere that they, during life, or somewhere within your house that you know that they would feel comfortable. You would ask if anyone would like to join you in your new home. Will they please enter the object, whatever that might be? It might be a box, it might be a little birdhouse, it might be a jewelry box, it might be a jar, whatever it is. And then when you feel comfortable that everyone will have made their decision, you can give them a time limit if you need to. say that you're going to leave this box out for a week, and at the end of that week, then you're going to assume that all decisions have been made, and then those who've chosen to join you will go with you inside that spirit box. And then you can essentially release them into that new space. You might want to clean and cleanse that space first if you aren't sure who's there. You might want to just test out the space to see what other spirits are in that environment, put up some protections, and then you have your spirits with you in your new space. Now, I will just kind of preface this by saying that not all spirits are going to want to come with you. So you might find that you start with 5 spirits and you end up with just 3. And whether they have decided to move on, whether they've decided that they would rather stay within the old space because that's what they feel comfortable with, then they're going to do that. If you can obviously go by the old house a few months afterwards, bring the spirit box with you again, or the spirit house, and just while you're on the street outside, just make that statement targeted towards the spirits that have been left behind, and just give them that chance. If they have changed their mind and they actually would like to come with you, they have that option as well. So yeah, that's a really interesting one. Oh, this one follows on from it. So I know I said I was going to go chronologically, but this one does kind of fit in. About pet spirits. Taking them to a new home. Is it possible to do anything similar if you've already moved to a new home? So yeah, I would do essentially the drive-by method, especially if you lived on a street that you can still access. I'm not saying, lurk creepily outside, but more of a call out to those spirits that you've left in an old house, and having that spirit box, see if they would like to come with you. You might find that most of them will stay behind, but some of them might be like, hey, I remember you. I want to be with you, and they might join you with that spirit box. The more energy in the box or the house, the more likely it is that the spirit is going to feel comfortable spending time in that space. But do bear in mind that if you're doing this outside of your space that does not have protections, you might also attract spirits that would like to come with you that aren't related to your house in any way. And in which case, you're just going to be careful when you get home, just to make sure that you are really checking in energetically on your space to make sure that there aren't any spirits that are being disrupted that you don't recognize. Or the other technique is to have protections up on your new house that will only allow in spirits that you actively know. And therefore, when you pass that box through the protections, the spirits that don't belong in that space, that don't know you, may well be kept outside. Now, stronger spirits might still get through, but a lot of the minor spirits are not going to be able to pass through, and then you're just going to have the spirits that you know. So that is a good option. It's not as practical or maybe as successful as if you were still living in a house, but it is probably the only option if you don't have access to a house anymore because you've moved out and someone else has probably moved in. It is kind of a secondary choice, but it is still an option. Okay, I was here somewhere. Bum, ba-dum, ba. Do, 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 do. Oh, it jumped again. Oh no, I don't know where I was. I was here somewhere. I don't know where I was. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to go for this one while I'm trying to figure out where I was. Is it okay if you have an altar and put different deities on it, or do you need different altars for each individual deity? So this is a really good question, and I think it really depends on a deity to deity relationship and also their relationships with other deities. So I would say be open about it. Ask them. Ask if they feel comfortable being on this altar, on this shrine. And if they do feel comfortable being in that space with another deity, and that other deity also feels comfortable with it, then you can put them all on the same altar and they're going to be fine with it. However, if one of the 2, 3, 4, however many different deities it is, says that they don't feel comfortable with it, it is important to take that into consideration, because you might find that they are going to make their dislike of the situation quite apparent. So you'll often get this through meditations, through dreams, those kind of things. And that's a good option for identifying who is going to feel comfortable and who isn't. But firstly, before you even ask them, I'd say it's worth looking into their mythology, their legends, their folklore, because if you do have two deities from the same pantheon, for instance, who have a mythological history of not particularly liking one another, then it might not be suitable for those two to be on the same altar. So just bear that in mind. Really, though, it's going to depend on what they are happy with. And you might find that if you have multiple altars, they might decide they want to be on one. If you have them on one altar, one day they might turn around and go, actually, I'd rather be on my own. So you might find that you've got to do a bit of switcherooing and moving around. And yeah, it's going to be a little frustrating to start off with, but once you get the balance of each deity right, I'm sure that you'll be able to find something that works. And I mean, I can't see, unless a deity really has a problem with another deity, I think you'd be pretty all right to put them on a work top perhaps, or a bookcase top, just at different ends of it. That would probably be an option as well. So almost like you've got like two mini altars separated by a gap in the middle, you know, instead of like merging both altars into one. Can someone who just started and cannot do energy manipulation yet do something for protection? This is protection during a trip, protection against toxic people. So you can, yes. Now, of course, it's going to be perhaps easier and stronger if you can do energy manipulation, and that's why it's one of the more foundational practices. But there are many other things that you can do, and they usually work with the energy of other things. So this could be other people. So if you know a group of people who can work together or who practice, then you can include them in that working to help boost that energy. If you work with deities, then you can call upon a deity to imbue an object for protection that you can take with you. So this could be a piece of jewelry, this could be a bag with some items in it, I'll get to that in a minute. This could be a doll that represents you. It could be all kinds of different things that you can either carry with you or leave at home to act as kind of a protective space for your energy, or the association of your energy. So you can work with deities. You can also work with spirits if you like. You can also work with elementals if that's something that you are interested in. The earth element is particularly good for keeping everything grounded, stable, secure, and protective. So you could work on summon forth the earth element for that. But you can also work with different plants and different stones and other items that represent protection. So for me, I will often work with hematite or some form of iron, as that for me is a really good representation of protection. And these objects will have that innate energy within them that can be added into that particular working. You can also use plants. I personally like using oak bark or oak leaves. I'll also use birch. I will use nettle as a form of defensive protection. But you can go online and you can find so many different kind of lists for protection for travel, protection for planes and boats and all kinds of things. And then you can add them together into a locket or into a pouch or even into a doll that represents you with your photo in it that you would then leave at home, wrapped in a safe, protective space. And then that can assist you with protection even if you yourself can't do the energy manipulation just yet as you would maybe like to. So there are options out there if you can't do energy manipulation. You just have to get a little bit creative with it, because it means that you're not going to be able to entirely rely on your own energy. You're going to have to work outside of yourself, which for some people is how they practice anyway. So definitely is not something to be really stressed about or concerned about. You can definitely still practice. You just have to do things in a slightly different way. Okay, let's figure out where I was. When did my other necklace come out? I'm not even going to question it. It's fine. Oh, okay. So this is an interesting one, actually. This is all about energy vampirism. So energy vampires and being in a relationship with one. I've tried different protection spells and other things. I've practiced for a while. Nothing seems to be working that I'm doing. So energy vampirism is a really curious topic. So some people will call them energy vampires, psi vampires, energy leeches is another one that I've heard being used before. And these are people who are essentially draining the energy from other people energetically. So much like how a vampire would feed on the blood of a victim, these energy vampires are feeding on the energy of a particular person. Now, it's obviously going to depend on whether they are aware of what they're doing or whether they are not. And this is something that I find makes quite a big difference. So some people are accidental energy vampires. So maybe they don't even realize that that's what they're doing. They're the kind of people who maybe only feel energized after being around a big group of people. And then when you leave that group of people, it seems like they are the only one that is upbeat and positive, and everyone else that they've just hung out with is absolutely miserable, and they're really drained and they're super tired and they're just really struggling. And maybe the people are talking amongst themselves and they're like, hey, this happens every time we hang out with, I don't know, Todd. Let's pick Todd as a name. I don't know a Todd, by the way, that's an energy vampire. That is just a random name. And this is something that they don't even realize that they're doing. So they hang out with people, they feel really energized, everyone else feels really drained afterwards. This is someone where minor protections or protection shields, protection spells can be really, really useful because they're not actively trying to drain your energy. It's kind of something that they are inadvertently doing. And they can train themselves to not drain the energy if they're aware of it. And also they can learn to drain the energy from other things, whether this is the earth or the environment around them. Maybe it's objects, maybe it's pre-charged items that they can carry with them, which could be a good alternative in this situation. If you live with an energy vampire or you spend a lot of time with them and maybe they're aware of it, but they're not really sure what to do about it, giving them objects and items that they can draw energy from instead of the people that they're around could be a good option. The other kind of energy vampire is, if anything, more unusual to find. So most energy vampires either don't know that they're doing it or they don't like the fact that they're doing it, and they often try to avoid causing any kind of negative experience to other people. So if they are going to drain energy, they will maybe ask beforehand, they will take a small amount, you can tell them when to stop, they're very conscientious about it. There are, however, as with every group of people in the world, some people that aren't like that, and they know that they're energy vampires and they are purposefully draining the energy of people for their own benefit, and they know that it's causing people discomfort, they know that it's making people uncomfortable, and yet they actively choose to do it anyway. And when you're dealing with those kind of energy vampires, and I will reiterate here, they are very few in number compared to every other variety of energy vampire out there. It doesn't matter how many shields and how many protections you put up. They are going to feed on the energy of that protection shield. It will wane, and then they will feed on your energy as well. And it's those kind of people that make it really, really difficult, because it doesn't seem to matter what you do. It's hard to get them to stop doing what they're doing, and those are sadly the kind of energy vampires that a lot of people will choose to avoid, and that's where a lot of the horror stories of energy vampires come from. Whereas most energy vampires, if they are given an alternative source of energy, they will happily take it. So that was a very long-winded explanation for me to say, if protection shields and protection items aren't working so much, I'd say maybe if you can, try either carrying items or offering the person items that are high in energy. This could be energy that you have charged yourself when you are feeling particularly energetic. They could be items that have been charged on particular events, such as high Sabbat seasons, for instance, if you're in a group and there's a lot of dancing and a lot of music. It could be full moons. It could be any kind of high energy event that they can then use to draw on instead of the people that are around them. It's a little bit of a tricky situation because ultimately it's going to depend on how that person acknowledges their energy vampirism. Do they acknowledge it at all? Do they refuse to accept it? Do they maybe not care? And then kind of going from there. So yeah, it's an interesting subject. It's just not a one-size-fits-all answer, I'm afraid. I've lost where I was again now. Oh no. I wanted to ask if you read any books from Dion Fortune, and if yes, would you recommend them? I actually haven't. I need to get hold of a few different books so that I can give them a read, because I have heard mixed things. Some people absolutely love Dion Fortune's works. I don't even know what that reads. Never mind, it's gone now. Comments just disappearing. Some people really, really love her works. Other people are not so much of a fan. So I am going to try and find some and give them a go. I think the next time I go to Glastonbury, or really just anywhere that sells occult books, I'll see if I can get hold of at least Psychic Self-Defense, because I had a few people asking if the Psychic Self-Defense book by Janet Board, is the same as the Dion Fortune book, and I actually don't know. So I'm going to try to find the Dion Fortune book, and then I'll let you know whether I think that's good, because I often find that when people do books on psychic or energetic defense, that's really a good ballpark to know the kind of practice that they do and whether or not I'm going to like it. So I'm going to give that one a go, probably first, and then we shall see. Because there were some authors that I don't really like their style of writing, or I don't like their practice. And it's not necessarily that they're bad authors. It's just that for me, I'm not such a huge fan. Does the size of a candle matter in terms of how long-term or how strong a working could be? So this is a good one, actually. And there are multiple different answers. So I'm going to try and go through them fairly quickly, because I know what I'm like. I will ramble. So the size of a candle, in my practice, does matter a great deal. But ultimately, it's going to depend on how it is that you are working with that candle. So I have done a video on the different varieties of candle magic. If you just type in candle magic on my channel, it should come up with the video. And that is because there are a few different varieties of candle magic that are done by many different people. So some people will work with candles as a tool to connect them with the fire element. They might also be connecting to the process of fire, so that kind of idea of consuming something to release something, that cyclical energy. So as that candle is burning, it is taking in your energy and intention, and it's transforming it through the power of fire into something else. Some people, as mentioned, will work with the element of fire and fire elementals, and then connect with them during that working. So that's one way of using candles. Another way of using candles is to use them as a vessel for energy. This is the kind of candle magic that I primarily do, where I will use that candle to store energy for a later point. And this is really good if you struggle with energy, or if anyone out there struggles with energy. Maybe you have low energy, maybe you have health problems, mental health problems, whatever it is, this could be a good option. So when you're feeling very energetic, you can charge a candle with the energy and the intention of what it is you want to manifest. And then when you need that candle, regardless of whether you are feeling energetic enough to do magic that day or not, you can burn that candle, it releases that energy, and it manifests your desired goal. So that's a really good way of doing candle magic if you don't feel like you can be present as and when you need to use that candle. So that is another way of using candle magic. If you are working with the candle for the flame and for the fire element, the size of the candle doesn't matter all that much. You just need the candle to be large enough so that you can carry out that ritual, that spell, whatever it is that you are doing while that candle is still lit. So if you do want to go into a trance, for instance, you need that candle to be big enough to burn for the amount of time you're going to be in that trance. If you know that your working is going to last an hour, you need that candle to last for the entire hour. But in which case, you can use birthday candles. They'll often last 20 minutes, 30 minutes. You can use tea light candles. They usually last for 4 hours. And then you can also use votive candles. They usually last around 6, and so on and so on. So it's going to depend on the size and the duration of that working. If, however, you are using the candle as a vessel, the bigger the candle, the more of a vessel it can be. So the more energy it's going to be able to store. And so a lot of people will work on the principle of what'll hold a lot will hold a little, but what'll hold a little won't hold a lot. So you'll find that some people, myself included, who use candles as vessels, I'll typically go for quite chunky candles, because that way, regardless of how much energy I want to put into that working, I will be able to fill that candle with it, and it's going to be able to store it. Whereas I can't necessarily do that with a birthday candle or a tea light candle. So I know that that's a little bit convoluted, but I hope that that kind of explains it, because I know some people who say that the size of a candle doesn't matter, but their style of practice might be different to mine, for instance, where the size of a candle does matter. So yeah, just try it out, see what works best for you. You can always try doing the same or a similar working in 2 different ways. So try one with a small candle where you're working with the fire element or the fire itself, and then do the same working with the candle as a vessel, and just see which one manifests better for you, because some people will find that one, they'll kind of lean more towards one than the other, one might be better for them. So yeah, give it a go and see what works. I always find that trial and error is arguably one of the best ways of developing your magical practice. It's just a really good way of figuring out kind of is it called wheat from the chaff? The good bits from the bad bits for you personally, anyway. Are you a star seed? If so, do you know how to make contact with star family? What do you know about the shift? Unfortunately, I don't really know anything about starseeds. I know only that it was really popular during the early 2000s, and I have not really heard of anything about it since. So if anyone is more knowledgeable about this, feel free to comment and help everyone out. But yeah, personally, I don't know. So it could be worth trying to find some creators who specifically focus on that. I don't know of any personally, but I'm sure this is YouTube. There's definitely some out there. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, 9 Unruly. I'm hoping I'm saying that right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So, where was I here? I think I was about here. Where can I start with working magic to protect trans people? So, with this, I'd say, really with any group of people, or with anyone that maybe you are not directly linked with, regardless of who they are, you're going to want to be doing some remote magic. So ideally something that represents someone or a group of people. So this could be a particular flag, for instance, and you're going to be using that as the central focus of that protective working. The kind of protection magic that you do is going to depend on the kind of magic that you practice. So this could be a candle magic spell, this could be a protection box. So in there you would add, say, the flag, and then you will add in any herbs and associations that represent protection. You would add your energy into that box, seal it up, keep it in a safe space, and then every few weeks you would re-energize it again. So that is one option. There are many different ways of doing this, but you're going to want to look for some kind of remote magic so that you can cast it far away from whoever it is or wherever the people are that you want to offer protection. So that applies, by the way, for anyone. So if you want to do remote magic on a specific person that you know that is not close to you, if you want to do this on different groups of people or different family members, for instance, then you can do this. You're just going to want to adapt the specific tag lock or the item that represents them in that object. So you're just going to want to change that out, whether that is a photograph, especially if it's someone that you know, or an object that you have if it's a family member or a friend and those kind of things, and add it all in. So yeah, that's a good way of doing it. Or at least that's one way of doing it. There's probably way more out there, but that's the technique that I really enjoy using. Okay. Okay, so sorry, I had to read that one first because today is a brain fart day. Can I call out to some being? Which one, if so, to help make my Claire's arcane senses strong enough to acknowledge, or just to acknowledge them when they happen or something? I think I'm reading that right. Anyway, so when it comes to working on psychic development, my best advice is always that there is no quick solution. And although there are lots of spirits out there who can aid in improving these things, I personally would be somewhat wary of them because of the experiences that other people that I know have had. There are many spirits out there where if you leave an offering of a certain kind, they will essentially open doors that you have not yet opened yourself. And the problem with that and the risk in that is that you might not be prepared for that just yet. And opening those doors can lead to problems. Let's put it that way. So personally, obviously it's all a personal choice. I wouldn't go about contacting spirits, especially if you can't sense their presence or know whether they are sticking around you afterwards, because you might call forward someone, think that you have sent them away again when actually they're still around. And if you can't sense them, you have no idea that they are there. So generally, I would say avoid anything that sounds like a fast track route, because usually, in my experience, they are probably not as nice as they maybe claim to be. If something seems too good to be true, it usually is. So with this, it is about taking time, slowing down, doing some mind calming, maybe even doing some trance work or some journeying work. You can do some guided meditations. Those might help you as well. And then simply just being present and acknowledging. And I know that it can be really frustrating and it feels like nothing is happening. But if you can keep a diary or keep some kind of notes of it, you'll likely find that you progress more than you think you do. Because we often see ourselves as being kind of stuck in a rut with it. We don't think that we're progressing. But if we were to actually look back at our journey, then we would see how far we've actually come. So I know it's frustrating to just kind of acknowledge sounds, smells, noises. That's the same as sounds. Things that you see, just corner of the eye phenomena, whether that's a little bit of light here or whether that's a shadow there. Acknowledging all of those things is a slow way of doing it, but it means that when you open those doors, you're prepared for having that door opened. Because I've unfortunately spoken to many people who have gone about it a perhaps shortcut route and want those doors shut as quickly as humanly possible because they just don't want and they aren't capable of dealing with the bombardment that they are perhaps experiencing because they've skipped a lot of steps. So this isn't necessarily to scare people away from doing it, but just something to be mindful of. Because, yeah, if it sounds too good to be true, it usually is. So what do you believe in, Hearth, as far as after we pass from this life? That's a really interesting one. I know I've spoken about it before. Everything's interesting to me today, by the way. I'm just like, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. All the questions are interesting, but I just have to stop mentioning it every time. For me, I've always resonated... Wow, they need to get their brakes checked. I've always resonated the most with reincarnation. I have met a lot of people who have very uncanny knowledge about things that they really shouldn't have knowledge about. People who know everything about a building that they've never been to before. They know about the staff routes and they know about the names of staff members and they have no idea how they know this because they've never been there before. And so I've kind of ended up going down the reincarnation makes sort of the most sense. For me, it's on the principle of everything is kind of cyclical. You know, nothing is ever created or destroyed, just kind of repurposed. And so for me, that would kind of make the most sense, but I'm just as in the dark as everyone else. Honestly, that one just sounds kind of fun and it makes the most sense in my brain. So that's what I go with. Yeah, that's definitely what I go with. And I've met a lot of past life regressionists who have met some fascinating people and that I trust with their work. You know, there are some past life regressionists where they tell every single person that comes to them that they're Cleopatra reincarnated. Those are the kind of past life regressionists that I personally would not go to. But there are others who are very honest about it, like more likely than not, you were a peasant and you died of some curable disease in the 17th century. And those are the kind of past life regressionists that I will trust. And they are the ones that I have had the best conversations with in terms of past lives and how everything happens. And I just find it really fascinating. Like, I just love getting to talk to people that do kind of a slightly different job to me, because I don't do past life regression, but it kind of falls into the same category, and it's just really interesting. So if you ever have the chance to talk to a past life regressionist, even if you don't actually have past life regression done, a lot of them are very happy to talk about what they do, to share a bit of information about it. Well worth it, because past life regressionists, they're really cool people. I mean, not all of them, but the ones I know are really cool people, and I'm sure that a lot of others are really cool people as well. Where was I? I think I was about... I was here. Yes, I was. Where was I? Oh, this is interesting. I don't know anything about this. I'm gonna ask the question because I'm sure someone else will know. Can you tell us about the Dark Night of the Soul? I have never heard of this. And I would love to know more about it. And after this, I will probably search it up because I really want to know more about it. But yeah, if anyone knows anything about that, let us know in the comments, because I want to know more about that. Any book recommendations on batteries? Unfortunately not. I have yet to find a decent book on batteries. My experience with magical batteries has primarily been through trial and error. It's just been a long time of just testing things out and see what works. But I am writing a little bit on magical batteries. So if I ever put my finger out and actually get that done, there might be some information out there on it. Honestly though, don't hold your breath, because I am bad at finishing projects. I'm really excited to start them. I will work for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and then something will distract me and I will never touch it ever again. So I need to get better at actually like finishing it all. Yeah, I need to finish stuff. Okay, let's see where I was. Oh, okay, I'm a beginner. I've done a few manifestation and protection spells. Crystals and candles call to me a lot. They always have. What resources would you suggest for beginners to learn from? So I'm not going to list them all off in here because I'm going to have to go and find all of the books. But I have a video called Beginner Witchcraft Books. I think that's what it's called. If you type in Beginner Witchcraft Books on my channel, it will come up with a video of the most highly recommended beginner witchcraft books that I had read at the time of that video. And I'm pretty certain that I do stick by all of them because they're all really, really good. And that video goes into the different topics that the books cover. And so hopefully you will find something of value in that video, because it's going to be able to go over way more than I can in here. How do you find out your tree to work with in the OM? So essentially what you can do is just go tree birth month, or tree birthday, or tree zodiac as well, or OM zodiac. So OM is usually spelled OGHAM. And it will come up with a list of trees and their corresponding dates. So I got a few messages of confusion from the video where I mentioned the OM being associated with birthdays. The OM don't directly link to any one astrological sign. So they are related to specific dates. So you will find that most of the OM will cover the end of one astrological sign and the start of the next. So for instance, it will cover, say, Taurus and Gemini, and it will only cover some dates of each. So you just kind of have to go off that. and that is how I find out my information on the subject. And I'm not sure if it's mentioned in the book is it called Tree Magic? Is that all that it's called? By Danu Forrest. I think it might just be called Tree Magic. I think, don't quote me on this, there might be information in there on it. Actually, where is that book? Oh, I don't want to have to go over there because I guarantee it's not over there. I guarantee it's upstairs. But yeah, that is an option. How do you go about making your own intention oils? Oh, you're making me give away my trade secrets here. I love making intention oils. It's what, besides candles, it's what I love doing on my website. I love doing them. So I will be as vague as I can, and I will not be giving away any of my recipes, but they are herbs and herbal blends, and each of the herbs is selected for the purpose that you are creating it for. You have to make sure that all of these herbs are safe for you to work with, obviously, and then depending on how you're going to be using it, you're going to have to alter the herbs. So for instance, cinnamon, highly irritating, causes skin flare-ups in so many different people. And so if you want to use an oil on the skin, I wouldn't recommend putting cinnamon in basically anything. So these are then steeped in a base oil for a set amount of time, depending on the intention of the oil. They might be placed in different locations depending on what the purpose of the oil is. For instance, full moon oil would need to come in contact with full moon light, and so on and so on. And then these oils are then your spell work. Have different ways of doing it. So some people won't even use herbs. They will just use essential oils, in which case do make sure that you are checking that everything is skin safe, that it is non-irritating, that you are using the correct percentage, because, I've seen some recipes for oils on the internet. People scare me with it. They're like, just stop putting essential oils in when you feel right. And I'm like, that's like 20% essential oil. That is going to melt someone's skin. Let's not. So just make sure that you are following all of the kind of guidelines for working with that set essential oil, because some essential oils are less than 1%, less than 0.5%, 2%, all those kind of things. So I'm hoping that that makes sense, honestly. And unfortunately, if the stream is glitching, it doesn't say that it's glitching. It says that it's fine on my end. So we're just going to have to hope that that resolves itself, because I am literally plugged into the internet. So we're going to have to just wait it out. It'll come back again. It's inevitable. It's just this time of night. People tend to all plug into their computers all at once. Plug in? This isn't the Matrix. You know what I mean? They go on at some time of night. So, do you do personal candle spells for your customers? I have done a few. So sometimes I will do like the big glass spell candles for people. Mostly I do those so that customers can adapt them themselves, because I found that it's kind of difficult to fully express the intention of someone else through me, someone who isn't currently experiencing what said person is experiencing. So I'll often find that I will do a general working, and then they will receive instructions on how they can magnify that energy, that practice, and adapt it to specifically suit what it is that they need. So that is essentially how I do it. I know that lots of other people will do, what a strange question to just ask people about mental health conditions. Strange. Okay. Anyway, so I know that some people will do the entire spell work for someone else, but personally, I will typically give someone else the ability to adapt it for themselves, and I find that that works the best. Okay, where was I? I think I was here somewhere. How do you feel about working with Catholic saints in folk magic? I mean, I wouldn't, but that's because I don't work with the Catholic saints, but it is something that is perfectly acceptable to do. I know of some people who say that you really shouldn't mix the two, but when we're talking about folk magic, I mean, we even see it in the British Isles and across Europe, anywhere where Christianity was really spread as a primary religion, we see that magic didn't disappear. Witchcraft didn't disappear. It wasn't necessarily called witchcraft, but this practice that we are a part of didn't disappear. Instead, it adapted. It included in the saints. It included in different figures from Christianity as the populace altered their spiritual and religious beliefs. So personally, I don't, but if it works for someone, then it works for someone, and that really is all that matters. You know, as long as they are being safe and they feel comfortable with doing that themselves, then go for it. Same with everything though. I'm honestly, in general, I'm just a very chill person with it. I'm not a chill person with most things, but with that, I'm like, if it works for you, it works for you. And that's fine. It's, it doesn't really bother me regardless. And, unless someone is actively causing harm to themselves or others, then that's a different matter. But for things like this, so many people work with the saints and it works so well for them. It jumped, so I'm trying to figure out where I was. I was here somewhere. Oh no, where was I? I really hope. Oh my goodness, it came so close to cutting that off. I think I was about 2 messages away from it cutting that off. I'd better speed up so that I can get in. I want to start working with tree spirits, walnut to be more specific, and struggle to find books on the topic. Do you have any recommendations, and what do you know about walnut spirits? So I always love the book Tree Magic. I think it's called Tree Magic by Danu Forrest. That book is phenomenal. I will always recommend that. I don't have any personal connection with the walnut tree and its spirits, so I don't know anything of that personally. But just to note here that you don't need a book to be able to work with tree spirits. Obviously, a book can help in improving how you see them and maybe a bit of mythology on them, but you can work with tree spirits without having to have a book on the subject. Can you recommend books for hearth witchcraft and hearth folklore and cooking, anything along those lines? So the one book that I recommend above all others, I've read quite a few hearth witch adjacent books, still my favourite, Hearth Witchcraft by Anna Franklin. Yeah, Hearth Witchcraft by Anna Franklin. It's phenomenal. Actually, Anna Franklin's works in general are really, really good. And as far as I'm aware, she is actually the person who first coined the term hearth witchcraft. So, really good read. Would recommend. I research a lot but don't actually practice due to a fear of not doing it right or messing something up. How do you deal with this and perfectionism in general when it comes to witchcraft? So with this, I generally work on the principle of, and I know especially with OCD, it can be really difficult to have that mindset. I know that everything can have a tendency to be very black and white, like it needs to be either perfect or I'm not doing it. I completely understand that. But generally, I would say try and work on the principle of have a good time while you're doing it. Enjoy the experience. Don't get caught up in whether it's going to manifest or not, because if anything, that's only going to sabotage your working even more. Instead, just enjoy the process. Put on some music. Enjoy having that space where you can just freely express yourself in whatever way that comes out, whether that is singing or with dance or with music, whatever it is. And then at the end of the day, if it doesn't manifest or you mess it up a little bit, at least you had fun while you were doing it. Because I find that the mindset going into it is it's important, but not so important that you need to be 100% in it. Because if you have to be 100% focused on it, then that can be really difficult, and a lot of people can't do that. So go into it with the intention of having a fun time while you are casting that, working, or doing whatever it is that you're doing, and then anything else that comes out of it is a bonus. Can you please do a video on an invisibility spell? You mentioned it is heavy on energy manipulation. Any book recommendations? Ultimately, invisibility spells, they aren't actually going to make you invisible, for reference. They just make people acknowledge you less, you're less noticeable, is essentially a form of glamour magic. So any resources that you can find on glamour magic could be good options for learning a little bit more about it. So I don't have any specific book recommendations on solely invisibility spells, but that's because it's really a niche, tiny little bit of a much larger glamour magic practice. Any thoughts on making a digital book of shadows? I have tried so many times to create a physical one and never get very far because I worry too much about not doing it perfect. I'm trying one on OneNote. Yeah, I mean, digital books of shadows are completely fine. I have one. I really enjoy working with them. One thing I will say is, screw it. If you mess up, cross it out. If something doesn't go right, you can take a page out. If you need to cover something up, put a sticker over it. Like, if you want to make a physical book of shadows, at some point, just go, fuck it, and just do it. And if you mess it up, then that's fine. That's part of the charm of it. And really, in 10 years, when you look back at your book of shadows, you're not going to be going, oh my God, I spelt that wrong. You're going to be going, I like how I put this sticker here. I know I probably messed up, but I can't tell that I really messed up. And I'm just glad I've got it. Because as someone who has lost a few books of shadows, who didn't document at the start of my practice at all, really, who many have gone missing over the years. I didn't write for so many years in them because I was scared of messing up. I regret it so much because there are huge chunks of my practice where I'm like, I don't remember any of the rituals I did during that time because I was busy and I was doing other things and I never wrote them down, and I'm never going to be able to recreate them ever again because I didn't write them down, and I still kick myself for it. So digital books of shadows are a fantastic option, especially if you are private about your practice or you just like everything to be digital, but don't let the fear of messing up stop you from doing it. Because if you want a physical book of shadows, it's better to have a messy physical book of shadows than no book of shadows at all. And yeah, go for it. Because in 10 years, you'll look back and you won't even notice the little mistakes that you were agonizing over in the first place. You're not even really going to care. I have a big knowledge of witchcraft, but I don't practice because I don't know what I can start. Do you have any tips for that? So generally, I would recommend doing or practicing some foundational practices. It may be that you already do these foundational practices. I would recommend some form of mind calming. This could be meditation. This could just be listening to peaceful music, whatever it is that can still your mind a little bit and quieten your thoughts. Not trying to push them out and stop them from getting through, but just to quieten them a little bit. And then do some energy sensing, energy manipulation, grounding, centering, visualization if you can, and then work out from there. If you already do all of those things and can do those things, then you can start on things like protections, do some cleansings, try some smaller things that maybe work on situations and objects rather than people, maybe do some workings on yourself, and then progress from there. And it's really going to depend on what style of practice that you like is going to depend on it's going to determine, how, which path you take and how you go about each of these things. Do you have any recommendations to assist astral travel, crystals, herbs, etc.? I use mugwort and the obvious protection crystals, but do you have any suggestions as to stronger crystals to use? So when it comes to stones and crystals and those things, it really depends on whether you are after protection or whether you are after assistance with astral flight, because What can happen in some cases are that if you have lots of protections around you and maybe a trepidation, so to speak, for astral projection, you might find that the way these stones offer their protection is to stop you from astral projecting. So you may find that you can astral project when you don't have those crystals, but when you want those crystals for extra protection, you can't astral project because the crystals are essentially tethering you down. So you can try mixing it up, trying some rainbow moonstone or some labradorite in there could be a good option for kind of adding that astral psychic energy back in again. You can try having herbs around you, or one of my favorite techniques is to listen to certain pieces of music. So this could be music that is specifically designed for astral projection. It could be a trial and error to figure out what works, and actively putting yourself in that headspace, because the biggest difficulty with astral projection is getting your subconscious to recognize that you want to astral project. This is why a lot of people, when they get started, their astral projection is really random. So they don't choose to astral project, it just happens. And when they try to astral project, they can't do it. And it's because getting that subconscious part of your mind to know that you want to astral project is pretty difficult. So getting yourself set up in a nice calming space, having a certain fragrance lit, whether that is a wax melt, whether that is some incense, whether that's just a diffuser in that space that you use specifically for astral projection, is a good way of dropping yourself into it, as well as a piece of music or some rhythm of some kind, whether that is some binaural beats, whether that is drumming, whether it's just peaceful music that you only play when you are trying to astral project. And that way it's easier for you to slip into it. So I hope that helps. Fingers crossed anyway. And yeah, it's a difficult balance, especially with astral projection. And then also keep a note of dreams and things like that, because you might find that you astral project more often than you realize. Will you start shipping to the whole of Europe anytime in the future? Unfortunately, not anytime soon. So what happened was we were shipping to Europe and everything was going fine. And then all of a sudden, everything went nuts and everything that we sent to Europe was being sent back again because it was sitting in like a depot for months on end and no one was getting anything. So we had to stop shipping to Europe because it was not fair on anyone involved. Parcels were taking months and months to get to their destination, and then they just get sent straight back again. And like 6 months later, we'd get someone's parcel back again. So as of right now, until things calm down in that way, I don't think we're going to be shipping to Europe anytime soon. And I think the Royal Mail just stopped shipping to Europe again anyway. So yeah, it's one that we are trying to kind of work around. But at the minute, no luck. So we'll just see. The future might change. Who knows? I'm trying to figure out where I was again. I think... Oh goodness, where was I? I'm really hoping that it hasn't skipped any. It might have skipped some. I apologize if I'm missing any. But here we go. This one is about storm magic. So the electricity aspect, like I feel like I can feel a spark when there's a storm. How do you harness or use storm magic? So essentially, you would use the same technique you used when grounding, but instead of drawing on the earth's energy, you would draw on the energy of the storm. And this is why I would recommend practicing grounding, regardless of whether or not you plan to use it for the earth's energy, because it's just a super useful practice anyway. So you're going to want to push your energy out, which essentially acts as a straw in a way, so you can draw the energy from another source back into yourself again. A little bit how if you want to drain like a bucket, you would put a pipe in, suck on the end of it, and then drop it into a lower bucket and it'll drain the water out of it. That's kind of how it works with energy. So you push your energy out into it, which creates a path that energy can flow down. It flows from the source into you. When you no longer want to be connected with that energy anymore, you pull back your energy that you tethered to said energetic source. And then you have that energy within yourself, and then you can use it in your magical practice. You can do this with trees, with plants of any kind really, with stones, with elements. You can do this with lunar phases. You can do this with celestial bodies, and also with storms. So essentially, it's the same principle you would use for anything else. It's just you are attaching it onto a storm, probably an electrical storm in this case, and then using that as your energy source. So yeah, same technique as you would use for anything else. You just adapt which source it is that you're taking it from. Wow, I only just got to the energy vampire bit. Wow, I'm really far behind. Oh dear, I'm going to try and run through these fairly quickly then, so that I don't lose any more than I already have. Oh no. It's really hard to work with spirits when I can never sense them. My coven made a servitor for each one of the members, and I feed it every day as needed, but I can't sense, hear/see it at all. Do you have any tips for this? Try dreams, right? Try reaching out, just verbally saying it, because if it's I'm assuming it's a servitor that's attached to you, so it's going to be following you around regardless. So ask it if it can show itself in a dream, if it can communicate via dreams. Open yourself up to that particular spirit communicating with you in dreams. And that could be a good way, especially if maybe you are a bit more closed off to sensing these things. That is a time where we're very open and receptive to those kinds of things. So that could be a good option. You could also do this during meditation as well if you wanted a little bit more control over it. You can do this within the coven as a kind of group session where during meditation you're asking different people's servitors, and I'm assuming that each one will have its own name. So you can essentially call out mentally if you like, and probably better mentally. Well, I suppose everyone in the coven would trust each other, so it doesn't really matter either way, but regardless, you would call out to that servitor and ask it to show itself during meditation or trance or journeying or through dreams. And then you can interact and see other people's servitors as well as your own. So that could be a good option if you can't actively sense them while you're awake. You could be doing this in an altered state, whether that is meditation or dreams. What's an easy way to keep a witchy routine, daily or weekly? Sometimes I feel guilty for not doing anything for moon phases or Sabbats. I suppose my best advice for this is don't feel guilty. And I know that that's way easier said than done, but oftentimes people feel really pressured to have an intensive magical practice because that's what they see online. They go on Instagram and you're seeing people who are posting spells every single day. And you're seeing people post witchy memes all the time and doing witchy things. And the reality is more likely than not, that's their job, right? They can do that. I'll be honest, I don't even have the energy to do that. Like this is part of my job, and I still don't have the energy to be posting witchy content every single day or doing witchy things every single day, and that's fine because we have lives, right? We have other things. You might have family, you might have people that you care for, you might have a job, you might have partners and friends that you want to interact with. And the best advice I can give is think about the people in the past, right? We're working our way backwards. Even the people who were selling their magical practice, they usually had other jobs as well, and they weren't selling their magical practice all of the time. And the people, the cunning folk, the wise folk, they were doing their practice when they needed to, not necessarily all of the time to maintain a routine. So if you do want a routine, then the best thing to probably do is to slot it in an easy and effective way for your life. If you already know that you drink tea or coffee in the morning, then stir it with intention. Listen to some music while you're doing it. if you do want to work with the Sabbats, then find something easy that you can easily slot into your life, like lighting a single candle on the Sabbat. And if you can do this for a regular amount of time, it becomes a habit that you do, and then it's much easier to follow. But generally, I would say, don't feel guilty about living. Like, not everyone is doing practice 24/7. And it's not realistic to do that either. You know, everyone's got a life to lead outside of it. So hopefully you'll find a daily practice or a weekly practice that will work well. Hopefully. What are your thoughts on lucid dreams / astral projection? It's a very vague question. I don't really have any intensive thoughts. My only one in regards to this is that lucid dreaming isn't astral projection. And a lot of people think that they are one and the same. So lucid dreaming is the ability to control your own dreams. So you are essentially the main character of your dream. You decide where that dream goes, rather than being a watcher of that dream where you're just going where the dream takes you. So if you're lucid dreaming, you're controlling that dream. Astral projection is external. So lucid dreaming is in your own head. Astral projection is your spiritual form separating itself from your physical body and traversing the spiritual or astral planes. So I know that a lot of people mush the two together, but they are kind of separate from one another. You might find that if you're better at one, you might have an easier time doing the other because it has that kind of control that you need for astral projection. But yeah, I don't really have any strong thoughts about it, really. So this one is really good at this time of year. How can you reconcile Imbolc's focus on prep for spring when living in a cold climate where you can't start growing or planting for another 3 months? I just feel like I can't get into the spirit for Imbolc. The important thing to remember here that Imbolc isn't about the coming of spring. It's about the returning of light. So Ostara is really that push for spring, right? That is the spring festival, is Ostara. I mean, it's where Easter eggs come from and all that kind of stuff. Imbolc, if anything, is more of a return of the light. That's why it's a fire festival, it's a solar festival, than it is about the spring. So we are starting to see life returning in many places. And it's important to remember here as well that Imbolc is a Celtic festival. So it's based on the seasons as we see it in Celtic regions. And that is also going to change, obviously, depending on where you live. But it's more about the return of the light than it is the return of warmth. And there is a big difference there. So when we're talking about Imbolc, we do start seeing flowers. But they aren't flowers as you would maybe see in spring. They are the flowers that come after a snowstorm. Like snowdrops often come when the ground is warmed slightly from a flurry of snow. And they're drawn towards that light. That's why they're such a big symbol at this time of year. And if you think of it more to do with light, it becomes a lot easier, because even if you were to live high up in the Arctic Circle, you are getting to the point where it's getting close to lighter and lighter. Like, it might not be daylight during the day, but it is getting slowly lighter and lighter as the weeks progress. So that could be a good option. That could be a good way of thinking about it. And also, you're probably going to have to adapt it, because a lot of the festivals that we see are Celtic or Germanic festivals, and so they're based on the seasons of that area. And so you're going to have to adapt it depending on where you are in the world to suit the climate that you're in. And in some cases, it isn't going to suit very well, following harvest festivals and winter solstices in the middle of a super hot area is going to be a little bit harder to recognize those features in your own landscape. So it just requires some tweaking. You've said before that if you are working with cemetery spirits, then leave a different way than you came. What if you live next to it? Find another one, etc. So you don't necessarily need to find another one, but you are going to have to take a convoluted route home. The point of this is so that you aren't just attracting spirits to you, especially if you are working with the spirits, you're directly attracting them to you. If they are curious about you, they are going to follow you for at least a little while. And so typically you would walk a different way home so that you essentially deter spirits from following you home. So it doesn't necessarily matter where you live. It's more that you're going to want to take a route that is convoluted to kind of shake off any spirits that are curious and are going to follow you for a little while before you go home. So just walk a funny way back is essentially what you can do in that situation, or you can find a different cemetery if that is a better option. I cut a charmed ring off my finger because it was too small and I think it backfired. Advice? The ring was spelled with financial good fortune, and we had so much good fortune, now very bad. So you don't have to answer these questions in the chat or anything, just like answer them yourself. So do you still have the pieces of that ring? If you do, cleanse them and then return them to the earth, or do whatever you would typically do with a broken ring. So if you have the pieces, make sure you cleanse them thoroughly, cleanse yourself, cleanse your purse, your wallet, your bag. Try and cleanse the house if you can, or at least areas that might be of significance. Cleanse your shoes as well. That might sound like a really strange thing to do, but cleanse your shoes as well, because you might find it's not actually attached to the ring. It could just be attached to something that you've brought into the space, and shoes are a really good way of bringing stuff into a space. So if you do wear a certain pair of shoes to work, cleanse them. If you wear certain things to work, cleanse those as well. If you don't have the ring, still do all of those extra cleanses. It's just you can't cleanse the ring itself. Once you've done all of those cleanses, do some protections, protect your shoes, protect your work clothes, whatever it is that you would wear when you're aiming to get financial gains, and then do a separate protection and prosperity working for you to take with you as a replacement for it. And hopefully that will kind of counteract it. But often in these instances, it could be something like energy that you've walked in, and now that you don't have the benefit of having that prosperity aid, it's now something that you are noticing in your life. So that could be a suitable option, and hopefully that will resolve some of the problems that you might be having with it. Fingers crossed. Anyway, I hope. So, where else are we? Do you have any fiction recommendations that you consider accurate representations? Oh, that's an interesting one. I've never really thought about that. Fictional recommendations that you would consider accurate representation. It's a really tricky one, because everything that is fictional, although it is based off something that is real, it's often really heavily altered. So I have obviously done a few episodes talking about the chilling adventures of Sabrina. Now, I know some people hated it, some people love it, but that has a lot of information in it. Like, especially the first couple of seasons, it's got so much witchcraft information that's great, that's real and accurate, crammed into it, but it is then set as a fictional show. So you take the real information, you cover it up with a bunch of fantasy, and you've got your TV show. So if you can pick through it, and if you haven't already, the 2 videos on the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina are on my channel, then that could be a good show. I don't know where I was going with that sentence. I kind of forgot what I was saying halfway through. But yeah, those 2 episodes are still up. That's got the information I've already picked through in it. And then there's so much more in those seasons, like so much more that could be good for you to go through. And then there's probably far more out there that I just don't know of or don't remember. So yeah, if anyone has any shows, movies, books even that are technically fictional, but they really like for the information, let us all know. So, can music be used as an offering? Yeah, it definitely can. And there are plenty of spirits and deities that would really love to have music as an offering. And so that's something that you can do for those spirits, or really for any spirits, actually, because a lot of spirits and deities especially do like music, especially if it's something that they would maybe recognize. There's this annoying piece of hair that is like exactly in line with my eye, and it's so annoying. Is astral travel / projection really just you go into a trance and poof, you're in your sanctum or anywhere you want? I heard that's a way from Dragon Mystic to practice first imagine the place and feel that you're there. That, if anything, is less like an astral travel and more like an inner temple, which are kind of two different things. So astral travel is you quieten your mind. You can do this while you're awake. Most people do it while they're asleep. You don't have to be asleep, but a lot of people do start that way. And you separate your spiritual form, your astral form, from your physical form. And that usually occurs with you literally lifting out of your own body. And some people can look down on their own body. And they're usually in their own house. And then they can travel out to different places to gain information, to go to group and coven meetings. People will often go to a specific place, but in the astral plane, things are often the same, but slightly different. So it's kind of like a layer on top of our own. So you can go to places, but it isn't I'm going to sit in a trance and poof, I'm instantly at my desired location. This, if anything, sounds more like an inner or mental temple or space where you allow yourself to drop into a trance or a meditation, and you will have created your own sacred space that you can enter so that you can do magical workings, you can do your meditations there, and lots of things like that. So it seems more like that's what's being referred to here. Astral projection is a travel. It's a journey that you are taking to reach your destination. And although with practice you can get to a point where you can bounce around here, there, and everywhere, it's you still have to do that journey to get somewhere. It's not a poof, I'm instantly in this place that I've created. It's more of a poof, now I'm out of my own body, what do I do from here? At least that's my experience of it anyway. How will I know that I'm a witch? If you practice or research witchcraft and you identify as being a witch. So it is just a title. It's a term that is used to describe someone who practices witchcraft. Important to remember here that there are many other different magical traditions outside of witchcraft. Witchcraft is not the be-all, end-all of all magical practice. Many different people from different traditions will refer to themselves by different things, but it is essentially something that you study, you practice, and then if you would like to, you can refer to yourself as a witch. Not every magical practitioner will even choose a name for themselves. It's just something that they do. They don't have any kind of title. Any tips on making a manifestation box? I have a video on my channel that is all about creating a manifestation box. It was a few weeks ago now? Maybe a few months ago now, actually. So yeah, that's on my channel. It's a full video if you would like to watch that. I have a spirit in my house. I've felt it and seen it a few times. It seems to be friendly and not a problem. What is the best way to try and contact it? Or I think that was contact or connect with it. So with this, if you would like to reach out, the simplest way of doing so is to just say hi. It sounds really lame, I know, but if you are able to see one another, and it's quite likely that if you can see that spirit, the spirit can see you. then say hi. It's really cheesy, I know, but that kind of acknowledgement of, oh, you can actually see me, because oftentimes spirits are used to people not being able to see them. So when someone can see them, they usually don't really notice that much. So say hi, talk to them, even if it feels like you're talking to yourself, and then see what happens. Note down what happens, document it if you like, see if you interact with them more often, if they get closer to you, if you see them more often, and then really go from there. If you want to talk to them a bit more, see what happens from there. If you want to do some divination with them, that's an option as well. Just make sure that you're being safe, because just because a spirit seems safe and seems nice, that doesn't necessarily mean that it is. So yeah, as with everything else, just make sure that you're still being safe. Okay. I'm around here somewhere. What are some deities that you work with? So currently I work with 3. I work with Ceridwen, Keranos, and Bridget. Those are the 3 that I work with for now. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but that's my for now. How do you put a time limit into a servitor? How do you know how much time is needed? How do I use it till the work is done? So this is going to depend on how you're creating it, and each individual practitioner is going to have a different technique. Typically, you would do this as you would with any other working. You are raising your energy, separating it from yourself, and then powering that energy so that it will continue to carry out its purpose, long-term, short-term, whatever you like. So just as with a normal spell, you're focusing on your intention, your goals for that working, you are pushing that out into the physical world with your energy to manifest your desired result. You do the exact same thing with the servitor. So as you are building that energy up, as you are giving it form, as you are creating a name for it and giving it a name, in all of that, you will also be thinking of your time frame, and you will be giving it a specific time frame. And when that time frame is up, you will essentially, the energy will essentially automatically dissipate because it has hit its essentially time. That's it, time's up. So as you would with any other working, which I know is going to be frustrating if you aren't used to doing this with other workings, but it's the best way for me to explain. So if you're doing, say, a prosperity spell and you want to focus on getting a promotion, you're focusing on that energy. That's what you're focusing on, the idea of a promotion. That specific targeted bit of information is what you're putting into that working. You do the same thing with a time frame with a servitor. So the amount of time you need is going to be based on what it is that you want. How likely is it to manifest? Is it something that you're going to want long term? Is it something you're going to want short term? If you want a protection servitor, that's something you're probably going to want long term. If you want a servitor to gain information, then you're going to want as much time as that servitor needs to gain that information. And then that's something that you will also program into it. So it will not be open-ended. It is, once this information has been gained, and as quickly as possible, this servitor will cease to exist, and you will include that in the energy that you're putting into it. So essentially it's pre-programmed to pretty much self-destruct when it has done its job. If you are putting in like a till the work is done kind of a thing, I would recommend including in that you need to be actually doing something, because some servitors will try to extend their time a little bit by not doing what it is that you've requested of them. So that is something that some people will need to add in. Do you have a lot of experience with creating new spells? Are spells you create yourself more prone to backfire? No, actually the opposite is true. I create all of my own spells, and if I don't create them, I will heavily adapt them from something else. When it comes to backfire, I've done a whole video on it. If you want to learn more about backfire, this is to anyone listening or watching, whatever you choose to do. It's mostly about how you go about that working. So are you targeting a person? that has protections, that might not want that spell work on you? Do they have spirits and ancestors that are working with them that are going to send it back to you? Have you fully released the energy of that working? If you haven't, then you're going to get that energy attached onto you and you might see it as a backfire. Have you targeted something that isn't able to manifest and so the energy has come back onto you? All these kind of things are factors when it comes to spells backfiring. Now, when you're using someone else's spell, you're using their intention as well. And they're usually quite open-ended spells. So you will have a spell to get a new job. And it's like, okay, that's vague. What category of job are we looking at? Are you wanting something that's similar to what you've already had? Are you wanting a new field? What kind of time frame are we working on? What kind of income do you need? Because it's all well and good saying that you want a new job, but if you're not giving any kind of additional information, you might get anything. You might find that a job comes across your path that you are not qualified for. You might find that a job comes across your path that you aren't able to do because it's too far away. Is it too much of a commitment? Is it too many hours? Is it not enough pay? So by using that basic get a job spell, you might find that it doesn't manifest at all. And you might think that it's backfired because you still don't have a job, when actually it's just that it wasn't detailed enough for what you wanted. So instead, you take that base spell and you tweak it, you adjust it to what it is that you need. You put in the parameters that you need it to work within, and then you do that spell. Or you look at a bunch of different job spells, for instance, and you pick apart all of the things in it, you research why the things are used, how the things are used, and then you create your own spell that is very tailored to you, and then you do that spell. If anything, the spells that you've tailored are less likely to have a negative response, because instead of it just being like a generic spell, it's far more tailored to yourself. So if you are just getting started, start looking at some spells and then try breaking them apart. Figure out, why is Bay used in luck spells? Why is Rose used in love spells? Figure out why the components are used in the way that they're used. And then if you would like to do a spell, adapt it. So add in your own focus points, your own targeted goals, those kind of things. So, I mean, don't be so specific it's never going to manifest. So don't say that you want this role in this company on this date with this salary. But instead, if you need a job in accounting, for instance, and you want to be able to work around your home life, then you would want to add that into that working. And it doesn't need to be a company or a position necessarily, but it could just be hours a week and a general idea of what it is that you want to do, and then go from there, essentially. Is witchcraft suitable for young children? It depends. Ultimately, it's going to depend on the individual, whether they are capable of actively making big decisions, of being able to run through potential positives and negatives, of being aware of the hazards and the dangers, also being safe in environments as well. You know, candles are being used, everything else. And it's going to vary case by case. A lot of people will start with research until they feel comfortable and then go from there. So it's not necessarily a hard yes or no. It's more of a, if you have the agency to be able to think through everything that you need to be able to think through and process it all and do so safely, then there's not really a problem with it. Just make sure that, obviously, if fire or herbs or things are involved, that someone is present to make sure that that is going okay and that you know what you're using. And if in doubt, don't. And try a different technique, something else that doesn't require those things. How do we learn about conventions or gatherings? I'm not using the right word. Also, how do we learn about covens? So, best advice, find a witchcraft shop. Preferably online, no, not online, preferably in person in the location that you are within. So they will usually have names of coven members. They'll know if any covens are looking for new members. They'll know if there are any conventions. You can also go on Facebook and look online and all of that stuff. Just be wary of Facebook covens because they are some of the most toxic places in the world. Not all of them, obviously, but some of them can be. So yeah, just bear in mind. So in-person shops are usually pretty good. Facebook is also pretty good. There's often also advertisements in the local area. It depends on where you live. I'm quite fortunate with where I am because we have signs up and people don't rip them down. But there'll often be like signs around venues. And if you have a venue by you, like a wedding venue, for instance, or somewhere where there's shows on quite a lot, you might find that you can go on their website and see if there's any MBS shows. Those are mind, body, spirit shows who maybe are passing through your area and you might want to visit, and then you can learn things from them as well. So there's a few different options in that. But yeah, I think it's going to depend on where you are, because obviously different places are going to have different openness about it. I know that like in the Bible Belt in America, there's not so much openness as there is in other places. So it is going to vary. Oh, my voice is going already. I went to a comedy show a few nights ago and my voice has been shot for days. The longer I talk for, the worse it gets. So as time goes on, you may find that my voice gets hoarser and hoarser and hoarser as days go on. Right, where was I? Ba-da-da-da-da. Oh, I don't know where I am. I think, it's going to jump again. I just know it. Oh, what is the best online resource for advanced witchcraft and paganism? This one's a little trickier to answer because once you get past the beginner stages, there are so many, thousands, tens of thousands of different paths that you can take, and you're going to want to be focusing in on specifically what it is that you're after. So you're going to get to a point where a book on general subjects isn't going to be enough. You need to target it. You need a book on mirror magic, or you need a book on spirit communication, servitors, targeted works. So I'd say think specifically about what it is that you are looking to learn more about. What are you interested in? And then look for more targeted books on those subjects or targeted resources on those subjects. What is your advice for feeling in a slump and not energetic with my practice? I've been very stressed with what's going on and I've been finding it difficult to get in the mood, so to speak. So probably best advice would be don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you need an energetic break, your brain and your body are going to tell you that you need an energetic break. They're not going to be in the mood to get into witchery because it's not something that you are fully able to do right now. So take some time, try a different hobby, get outside into nature if you can, go for some walks, sit quietly or as best as you can, walk through trees or nature, even if it's cold and brittle and icy. Just be careful, obviously, when you're out there, and just listen. Listen to the birds, listen to the wind, observe, be present. Because I often find that we can get so in our own heads about not being in the right headspace that we psych ourselves out of being in the right headspace. So just take that pause. If you aren't ready to do active practice right this second, then you don't need to do it. And instead, maybe do some reading on a topic that you have never read on before, or watch a video on something you've never seen before, and then go from there, because that way you can maybe get that spark back again. Even if your energy is there, if you've got no spark, you're not going to want to practice. So find something that sparks that intrigue in you again. Oh my goodness, thank you so hiccup. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really, really appreciate it. Where was I? I think I was... How do you pick your spirit guide, or do they come to you? So it's going to depend. Different people have different definitions of spirit guides. Usually, though, they may be ancestors, they may be spirits that are interested in us, and they'll often come to you. It's not something that you necessarily decide on for yourself. They're usually there even if you don't know that they're there. How did you decide what you wanted to share about your craft on social media? I just kind of did trial and error. I started on Tumblr, and I would mostly share, informative posts about things, about herbs, witchy tips, and that's kind of where it started. And then I kind of moved a little onto Instagram and with photos, and I just kind of felt out what felt right, honestly. And there's a lot of my practice that I don't share, and most of my practice actually that I don't share. At most, you might see 3 seconds of something on an Instagram reel, or it might make it into a witchy week video for a few seconds. But most of my practice I just don't share. And so I'm really careful with what I do share and what I don't. I listen to my gut instinct on it. If something is telling me not to do it, then I don't do it. And so it is like a balancing act of kind of figuring out what works, what doesn't work. And there's lots of stuff that I would share, but I know that people on YouTube aren't particularly interested in it. There's videos that I've made that I felt really good about making, but people just weren't that fussed about it. And so in the future, I know that those things are maybe not so interesting to people, and that's something that I can just keep within my own personal practice. Can you use pendulums for contacting spirits? Yes, so it is the same technique as using a planchette on a spirit board or a Ouija board, and you are essentially giving a spirit permission to move your hand. Essentially, you are allowing them to work through you, because pendulums move from our micro movements, so the little muscular movements that we make even if we don't realize that we're making them. That's why we can answer subconscious questions. We can answer questions with our subconscious, because deep down we know what we want, we know what we think about something, we know the answer to some things, and so the micro movements will give us an answer that our subconscious mind won't actively tell us. So when working with pendulums with a spirit, you are offering your hand, in this case, to a spirit to move and work through via those micro movements. So it's pretty much the same technique as you would use with a spirit board, basically. But you don't have to use a spirit board, you can just use the pendulum and kind of yes-no answers. Have you ever practiced, I'm never going to be able to say this, cladonomancy, which is putting a question to the universe and waiting for answers by words uttered on the radio, etc.? How do you recognize a coincidence from real confirmation? Personally, I don't. Mostly because it's so difficult to not have just a coincidence happen that we perceive as being confirmation. So often the problem with doing this, and this is not to deter anyone from doing it, it's just something that I've experienced, is that the human mind absolutely loves confirming itself. It's something that we do all of the time. We're seeking out people who will agree with us. We seek out answers that agree with our beliefs and our statements. This is something that we do in every waking minute of our lives, even if we don't realize that we're doing it. And that's why oftentimes you have to disprove something rather than prove it. Otherwise, you have confirmation bias, and then it's a problem. So when you ask for an answer to something and then you're listening to the radio, anything that comes up that sounds vaguely like an answer, your brain is probably going to take as an answer. And so you're far more likely to have confirmation bias than if you were to use other forms of divination. So personally, I don't use it. It's very difficult to do it without it just being your brain confirming things that aren't actually an answer to the question. So I suppose you could put out there that a certain phrase would have to be used, but even then it would have to be a phrase that isn't commonly used. One thing that I would do, though, is something along the lines of augury. It doesn't have to be augury, but something similar to that, where you are asking, say, a yes and a no, and the yes and the no are specific things. So it would be a specific bird flying in a specific direction during the time frame that you are standing looking outside. So rather than it being like an all-day thing, you are saying it's a yes if said type of bird flies towards me, it's a no if said type of bird flies away from me, in the time frame between 7 p.m. and 7:20 p.m. And you're giving it a set time frame, set bird, set direction. And although that can still end up being a coincidence if you're doing, it has to be 2 of this type of bird or 3 of this type of bird, it becomes a little bit more tricky. It can still be coincidence, but it becomes a bit harder for it to simply be coincidence. And that's typically how I would do it. But yeah, it's a tricky one because we are almost automatically set up to confirm our own beliefs. So it's really tricky to avoid the coincidence confirmation thing. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Amy. I did not see this. Thank you so, so much. So I think I was about... Oh, it's going to jump again. Oh my god, no. Oh, do you make Lilith candles? We don't at the moment, no. We do, however, make goddess and god candles, and we make several different varieties of these. And these obviously can be chosen in a specific colour. So if you would like something to represent, say, Athena, then maybe a rich blue could be a good option. If you are wanting Ceridwen, then maybe a deep purple or a black could work really well. If you want an Aphrodite, then maybe a bright or baby pink could be a good option. So we don't make like specific candles for set deities, but if you know the associations of that deity, we can make candles that will fit the associations based on how they are represented. So that's mostly what we do. And we do like little goddess candles, massive goddess candles. We do like Gaia, earth goddess candles, and we do like wild goddess and wild horned god candles as well. So we have lots of options. If you're in the UK, check it out. If you're not, then I'm sorry, because we can't post anywhere else right now because the postal system is gone nuts. Oh, okay. Did the air magic book you purchased in Glastonbury touch on rituals during storms and lightning magic? Not particularly, no. I'll be honest, I got to the end of that book, and I am going to include it in a video. Actually, this is something I need to ask. I'm not sure how many people still want the quarterly book breakdown videos. I'm undecided as to whether I'm going to continue them into 2023. Those were the videos where I would run through all of the books that I read in the last 3 months. And they could be books that I finished, books that I've only just started. And I'm not sure whether anyone would like to continue seeing them. So let me know if that's something that you would like to keep seeing. But the air magic book, I didn't hate it. I didn't super duper love it. It's one of those books. I think the defining feature of this book was that it was kind of a book for people who probably don't already know anything about the air element. It's a lot of things that if you know anything about the air element, you would know the information in this book. And as far as I remember, didn't have anything on storm magic in it. And I think it's because it's one of those tricky subjects. I think there was a bit on weather magic, but not so much on storm magic, because that kind of crosses over, doesn't it? It's kind of partially fire element, partially air element. I don't know. If you're specifically after storm magic, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that book. Could you please unprivate some of your older videos and live sessions which you removed? Unfortunately, I'm not going to do that, but if in the comments on really any of my videos, if you want to see certain videos redone, then I will remake some of the older videos. The reason that the older videos have been taken down is because I probably didn't like how I looked in them. I didn't like the audio, I didn't like the video quality, I didn't like the editing, I didn't like the lighting. There was something about them that I just didn't like. Or I felt like I could do them better again. So if there's a video that you would like me to do, feel free to put it in the comments on literally any of my videos, because I go through all of the comments, and then I can kind of work my way through them and update videos that I have maybe done in the past, but I would want to redo them today with more knowledge and a better setup. Because when I first started, oh boy, I was working on a flip out camera from about 2012, and it was poor. There was downward lighting, there was no microphone, it was a bad camera. Oh, no. How does scrying work? I just know you should see something while looking at a reflective surface. Is there something on the other end, or is it just you? It's just you. So essentially what scrying is it's a way of allowing our subconscious mind to come to the forefront. So normally in our waking lives, it is our active mind that is controlling the show. They're running everything. The subconscious mind is just at the back. They are behind the scenes, pulling some strings, but you don't really hear from them directly. You will hear from your conscious mind, your active mind. So this is why it's easier to astral project when we are asleep if we're just getting started doing it. It's why you might get messages through in dreams. It's because it's your subconscious mind coming forwards when we give it the chance to, which is while we're asleep. And we can force this action by doing things like scrying, which essentially means that you reduce the conscious noise. So take, for instance, a scrying mirror. So you will have a black scrying mirror, you will dim the lights, you will have silence or kind of dull music, nothing with any lyrics that you're going to get distracted by, and you're going to want to enter into a calm state and stare into this black mirror. And ideally, you're going to want your eyes to go kind of unfocused. So you're not really looking at it, you're just using it as something to look at. And by doing this, you are essentially blocking out some of the distractions, the things that our conscious mind would like to focus on, and we're allowing our subconscious mind to come to the forefront. So if you have any questions that you would like to ask or things that you would like to know more about, then this is something that scrying can really help with. And it can be in water, it can be in a mirror, it can be a candle, and it's essentially just allowing yourself to zone out and just like dropping into this slightly altered state of consciousness, which allows us to easily receive messages from our subconscious. It can also be from spirits and deities as well. It's a little less common unless you're specifically trying to achieve that. I've got that same piece. I've not had that piece of music in my head all month. The minute I come on a live stream, it's either Winnie the Pooh or that. Almost always. Okay. I don't know where I was. What do you think about the "as long as you don't believe in it, it won't affect you at all" statement? I have heard this one many a time from many older practitioners. And yeah, I don't really understand that mentality. It's the equivalent of saying, well, if I don't know anything about this medical condition, then it doesn't exist. Oh, well, if I don't know about this hardship that's happening in the world, then it doesn't matter. And it's like, well, is that really the case though? Or is that just a way of making it easier for yourself? Because it does exist, even if you don't acknowledge that it exists. You know, the Christian religion still exists even if you aren't Christian. Christians don't just disappear because you don't believe in it, you know? So I think to each their own, but I'm very cautious of people telling beginners to the craft. It's all well and good if you've developed this yourself and it works for you, that's fine. I'm very cautious though of people telling beginners that if you don't believe in it, it can't hurt you, because I in my opinion, in my experience, it can set people up for difficulties, and it can put people in positions where they are not being safe because they think that because they don't believe in insert thing here, whether that is a curse, whether that is a demon, whether that is a spirit, whatever it is, it can't touch them. And if anything, I think it's a very blinkered approach to take. So maybe it's just kind of a new way of thinking. Maybe it's a less of a Wiccan way of thinking, because a lot of the older practitioners that have told this to me have been of a Wiccan background, of an initiatory Wiccan background, usually Gardenian. I'm not sure if that's the case, but it worries me for the younger people who get taught this, who continue on their practice thinking this without a backup plan for if that isn't the case. So yeah, to each their own. I would always work on the principle though that I would rather know more, even if I personally don't believe it, learn about it just in case, because then if it turns out that it is real, you have the knowledge to be able to do something about it. Is there a certain etiquette to follow when exploring cemeteries or graveyards? I've read that there is a guardian that one should leave an offering for. Is that true? Can you elaborate? Yeah, so many people would believe and do believe that in rest areas of the dead there are guardians, and these guardians can be left offerings. This is primarily when you want to work with the spirits of the place, when you want to collect items from that place. You would, much like a nature spirit or a land wight, want to give something in return for your presence there. If you are, however, just walking through, that's a different matter, because you are there just to experience the place, or you're there to look for a particular person, or you are passing through, depending on where you are and the layout of the cemetery or graveyard. Different cultures and traditions will have different beliefs in it. So some people will cover their hair or their head when they enter graveyards and cemeteries. I personally never have, and I think this is a continent distinction. I know that a lot of people in North America will cover their head when they go into a cemetery, whereas practitioners in Britain don't typically do that. Usually, always be courteous and kind. I will try to never step on anyone. I will always apologize if I do step on someone. If you are trying to get to a specific grave that, of someone that you know, it depends on the cemetery, obviously, but in the UK, you kind of can't avoid stepping on people's graves. So I would always apologize if I step on someone and try my best to not step on someone. I try to always be courteous, so no shouting, no screaming, no music, no swearing. Try to keep things to a minimum on like the loudness and the volume. And if you do want to work with anyone, be sure to leave an offering, whether that is thanks or music, quiet music, like very quiet music, something that the person will have enjoyed. Sit and talk to them. Sit and spend time with them. If it's someone that you know, you might want to ask the people who own the cemetery or the person who works there if you're able to clean a headstone, and that can be a good option as well. So ultimately, it's going to depend on what your beliefs are and what your tradition is, and also the tradition of the person or the people that you work with if you are going there to work with someone. So if someone that you are wanting to work with as a spirit had a particular belief, then you are going to want to go with that. If they would want a certain type of alcohol, then you would give them that. If they would like a certain amount of coinage, then you would give them that. Follow the general protocol of working with a spirit. So yeah, it's a flexible one because it is going to vary so much. Person to person, belief system to belief system. And then just making active choices that you feel most comfortable with. For me, I don't cover my head. For other people, they probably would feel more comfortable with that, and then it's just a case of figuring out what works best for you. If you don't feel the power of a spell, does that necessarily mean it's not working? I'd say it's more likely to not work if you don't think it's going to work. It depends here. Do you mean the power of a spell whilst you are casting it? In which case, are you raising your energy? Are you containing your energy? So if you're doing your drawing up of that energy from the earth, if you're bringing in energy, are you containing it in a circle for you to magnify it before you release it? Or are you allowing it to dissipate gradually through the duration of that spell? If you're building it up and you're not feeling that energy, is that because how you energy sense is not how you would like to energy sense? Is it because you're not feeling the energy in a way that you would expect to be feeling energy? If you are in a circle and you're not feeling any energy at all, it could be that there's something blocking that energy from entering that space. There's something blocking it from being passed through you. If you aren't using a circle, it could be that the energy is dissipating before you've got a chance to feel it, because there's nothing to contain that energy. It's just being dissipated as you are doing that working. If this is after the fact in an object, for instance, then it might be that the energy has run out and you might want to replenish the energy in that jar, that bottle, that bag, that doll, whatever it is that you're using. Or if that energy is just dissipated, you're not going to necessarily feel that energy because it's off doing its manifestation. So it's one of those where there are so many different reasons and so many different variables that go into it. So unfortunately, it's not an easy answer. It's kind of a, if it's this, then it's this. And if it's that, then it's that. And that can be kind of frustrating, I know. Ba, 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 ba. Do, 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 do. Right. Trying to figure out where I was. I heard crystal meanings are just BS and you can get whatever crystal you like and what you feel fits with it, program it that way. Oh, that's a brutal and blunt way of saying it. So it's not entirely accurate. Okay, so what people mean by you can go with what feels right is that in some instances, anything that you can find, whether they are crystal, herb, flower, tree, whatever, they will have a lot of different associations. And so you are going to want to go with what feels right. If rose for you just doesn't feel like a suitable plant for love, you just don't get that feeling personally, then you can use jasmine or really any other flower that you like. But ultimately, the correspondences are from decades, and I mean decades of people actively using these stones and through trial and error, figuring out what works and what doesn't. So for instance, if you wanted to use a stone for protection, for instance, sure, you could just pick a random stone and go, this feels right. But ultimately, it still might not work for protection because it's the energy that decides what that particular stone is good for, what that plant is good for, what the tree is good for, whatever it might be. And so you definitely can have flexibility with it, but I wouldn't necessarily throw out decades of trial and error research to just say, well, no, I don't feel like it. Because one, little bit arrogant, not saying you personally, but it is a little bit arrogant to just go, no, every single person that's ever used this and had success with it was wrong. Because some people do have that mindset. I'm not saying that you do, but some people do. So have some flexibility with it. That's the main thing with it. Nothing is ever like black and white, yes or no. Herbs and crystals will have so many different correspondences. So you might find that for you, citrine just doesn't feel like prosperity. It just doesn't. And so you don't have to use it for prosperity. But just picking up something like, I'm trying to think of a stone that's really not used for prosperity, like obsidian, for instance. If you were to then pick up obsidian and go, yes, I'm going to use you for prosperity, you can adapt it for prosperity, definitely. You can have that to be like protection of financial gains. That is prosperity. But it is a different kind of prosperity than if you were to use something else. So I wouldn't say that earlier correspondences are bullshit. It's just that it might not line up perfectly for you, and you might find that there are other correspondences that stone might have that will fit better with your style of practice. And that's why Like, yeah, exactly, Enzo. It's like their talents. The crystals are talented in a certain thing, right? That's what they're good at. But there are other things that are also talented in those things. Does that make any sense? I'm not sure if that makes any sense. But anyway, I hope that kind of makes sense. But that's why I always think it's good to have like trial and error it. So if you're wondering, and this applies to everyone, if you're wondering like, why is rose used for love spells? I don't get it. Why rose? Like, I know it's synonymous with Valentine's Day and love and all this stuff, but why? Then it's a case of trying it. Try it in a completely different working and see how it feels. Then try it in a self-love spell and see if it feels any different. And then kind of go from there, because often the trial and error is a great way of improving your magical practice. Oh, thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, let's see where I was. Do you know anything about including staffs in your practice? I have my own, but honestly don't know how to actually use it other than as a really long wand. So, yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot of different ways you can use it. Probably the simplest is as a wand, but another good way of doing it is for grounding. A lot of people struggle with grounding through their feet, or like the energetic grounding that I typically would teach. Some people prefer to use a tool, and a great way of doing that is to hold the staff to the ground or to an object you want to draw energy from. And then some people will place their forehead against the staff, and then they will draw the energy up that way. So they'll bring it up. Other people will work with land wights or land spirits by doing something similar. They will connect their staff or their stave to the space, and then they may enter communication or enter into a trance. They will often place their head against the top of a staff, and they will gain information that way. It's also a good way of just connecting to the energy of the place, especially if you do travel with it. That is a great option. You know, if you're going walking with it, you can draw in some energy from that place, and then you can use it later. You can use it as a store for your magical practice. You can also use it as a giant wand, which is what a lot of people do use them for. And in traditional witchcraft, these things are also used as a representation, especially if it's a stang, like a two-pronged staff. They will use it as a representation of the witch father or of an earthly wild deity or spirit. They will also use it as a representation for nature during spellwork and ritual that takes place outside. So there are quite a few options there. You should really try finding a different distributor. It's crazy how the parcels are taking so long. Yeah. Unfortunately, in the UK, you have very few affordable parcel companies. So unless people are wanting to spend 30, 40 quid to get shipping alone, there's not really that many. There's kind of like two, and one of them ends up with all of your packages broken. So I don't know. I'm just kind of hoping that over time, everything will kind of smooth out again, and then we can open up international shipping. Hopefully. What is up with those butterflies on the wall? I never know what does this question mean? I never know how to answer the what is up questions, because I'm not down with the kids. And what? Can this same question be asked in like old person speak? Because I'm not down with the kids. I'm like a grandma, okay? I never know how to answer questions like that. How do you know that the spirits you're working with are not tricksters? Well, you can't really. You have to kind of go off social cues. So tricksters are often, not always, but they are usually not particularly good at staying focused on something. So trickster spirits want your attention. Oh, what is up? Is there a magical reason it's there? Oh, there isn't a magical reason it's there. I saw it in it. Sorry, I've gone off tangent. I saw the butterflies at an antique sale, it was in a church, and they were selling like antique stuff. Like it was like where you could like rent a space and sell things. And I saw the butterflies, and they are vintage, like Victorian butterflies, and I loved them. Didn't get them. Thought that I had missed them, and then went back the following week when it was open again and the butterflies were still there, and I got them, and they were one of the first things in this house, actually, and they're in some of my earliest ever YouTube videos. So there isn't really a magical reason that they're there other than I like weird things. So hence the ducklings, which actually I think most people don't even know are there anymore because I sit like in front of the ducklings. But hence the ducklings and the butterflies and the skulls and random strange things. Okay, I will go back to the question I was on, which was about how do you know that the spirit you're working with isn't a trickster? So I will retrace my steps because I know I went off on a tangent. There is no like surefire way of knowing. Right, you really just have to go off social cues. So tricksters usually have short attention spans. So their goal is to trick you into trusting them so then they can mess with you in some way. That could be messing with your space, that could be messing with your dreams, whatever it might be. So if you've been communicating with a spirit for weeks on end and the spirit isn't getting confused about what it's already told you, it remembers what it's told you, it keeps to its same story, it is interacting with you in the same way, there is no frustrated communication, more likely than not, you're not dealing with a trickster spirit, because trickster spirits like convincing you to trust them and then tricking you. That is what they like doing. So if they've been holding this charade essentially for weeks, even months, more likely than not, they are not a trickster spirit. If you are working with a deity, for instance, and you're concerned about whether they are the actual deity or not, then ask for signs that represent them. Don't give them any more information than that. Can you show me a sign that represents you? And then go through their mythology, go through their folklore, look at signs, symbols, animals, colors that represent that deity. Look into their mythology, their folklore, see if the stories and the things that they are showing you are lining up. Because often trickster spirits haven't necessarily done their research. They are hoping that you won't have done your research. So if not a single sign comes through, doesn't necessarily mean that it's a trickster spirit, but if you're seeing weird things that look like they should be a sign, but they're not a sign for that deity, then that could, if anything, be a surefire sign that something isn't quite right there. So it's more about social context and what they're telling you than anything else. So yeah, it's a difficult one. It's tricky because they are tricky, but usually they don't play the long game so much. They like instant gratification. How is my book going along? How is it developing? It slowly. I got distracted, I started doing other things, and now we're here, and this piece of hair is still driving me insane. Oh, it's that exact length. It's like so irritating. Okay. Yeah, I got distracted, and then I kind of didn't go back to it. I will go back to it again. I will. I just need to have like the focus. I need the focus to be able to focus on it. For extended periods of time. Do boggarts have powers? I haven't been able to find a book about them. I've been fascinated with them since you told the story of your encounter with them. As far as I know, they don't, more than just being themselves. They often like to cause chaos, which I suppose could be a power in itself, but that's just them being them. So in my experience, they don't, but they might just be the ones that I've had encounters with. Why do I have diamonds are a girl's best friend in my head now? How did that one even happen? I always struggle to understand protections, would appreciate any information, resources, and research to help learn more. So protections is basically just a really vague general category. They are items or shields, essentially, that are infused with energy, which act as a protective barrier against incoming energies or spirits that intend to cause harm or to disrupt your life. So I'm trying to remember the book in question. It's called Reversal and Protection Magic by Jason Miller. That's a good one. Just bear in mind it is highly ceremonial, which isn't going to be for everyone. But protections cover a huge range of things. Everything from personal protection shields to household shields and wards to enchanted jewelry, puppets, dolls, Rowan charms, Rowan crosses, witches' bells, witches' ladders, witches' balls, so many different things. And they can be used to protect spaces, to protect people, to protect entire buildings, to protect objects. And usually it is a form of energetic protection. So they are either going to repel, to block, or to contain incoming energies and spirits that you don't want to interact with. People can make them as extreme or as gentle as they like. Some protections are only going to stop specific spirits. Other protections are to stop all spirits and energies, regardless of whether they have positive or negative intentions towards you. So it's really, really flexible. If anyone has any more book recommendations on protection magic, feel free to leave them in the chat, and I'm sure that they would be really useful. This piece of hair's driving me insane. I want to put a black mirror on the wall by my altar for divination, but I'm afraid that entities could use it as a portal. Do you have a technique on how to lock a mirror if you don't mind sharing? Actually, I'm going to let you in on a little secret here. I have filmed a video on how to lock mirrors, and I am going to be editing it in the coming few weeks, and then I will be posting a full in-depth video on how to lock a mirror. And I'm going to use a little mirror as an example, which could be good for small mirrors like this, but you can also use it on big mirrors as well. So I do have that video filmed. I am going to start editing it in the coming week, maybe week and a half. So that video will be coming out very soon, as long as I pull my finger out and actually get around to doing it. Have you heard of the Secret Circle TV show? It was really good. It was really good, and then they cancelled it. After, one season? I think we got 15 episodes, and then they just cancelled it. Oh. Do you have any opinions on people naming their children after deities? Not really. Honestly, not really. I am very much a... I don't really care what people do. Honestly, it's entirely on them. You know, if they feel comfortable doing that, that's on them. It's a bit like with children's names in general. I don't really care. Honestly, I don't really have super strong opinions about other people and their names for their children. I don't really know many people with children anyway. I'm not really super invested in people with children. I do think, though, that it is something that people should probably think carefully about, especially when we are getting where was I going with this? Oh yeah, more like deities appearing in movies and TV shows. I think that we're starting to get a lot of people naming their children after deities that they only understand on a two-dimensional level. They a bit like how we see Thor and Loki and Hela in the Marvel universe, but that's only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to their mythology and folklore. And I just hope that people who name their children after deities understand fully the stories of those deities, because in some cases they probably wouldn't want to name their children after that deity if they knew the full story. If they do, power to them. Whatever. When using spell candles, what do you do with the wax once the candle is burned out? Does it affect the spell if you just throw it out? This depends on how you are going to be using that candle. Are you using it for the flame? Are you using it as a vessel? If you are using it for the flame, then no energy is going into that candle. You're simply using it for the fire, and so you can just dispose of those remains as you see fit. If, however, you are using the candle as a vessel, any leftover wax will still contain trace amounts of the energy that you put into that candle. And so if you then toss that in the bin, then you are tossing that energy in the bin. So if you're going to throw anything away, cleanse it. If you're going to reuse anything, cleanse it and then do it that way. Because the candles I use are beeswax, I will often return the beeswax to the earth, or I will simply place it into a bin in a paper bag because I know that it will biodegrade fairly quickly. It's not like paraffin wax, which is essentially just plastic that we are just putting into the ground and hoping for the best. Right, where was I? What is a respectful way to go out and meet the different spirits of the land near you? I moved recently and there are mountains here, so I hope to get out soon and meet the spirits there. Generally, come at it with an open mind, open eyes, open ears, if you can. Obviously, I know that not everyone is going to be able to do that, but just be present is what I mean. Like, come into that space, be present, sit, listen, observe, whatever you can do. Say hi. It sounds stupid, but just do it. Even if it's just mental, say hi. And just spend time there, because you'll find that land spirits, and really all spirits, are more likely to want to interact with you if they know that you're paying attention. So take some time to spend with them, to be in deep communication with them, or to just listen out for them, and then go about it that way. I mean, if you want to leave an offering, you can. I would typically say research the land first to see what traditionally would be used as an offering before you just give an offering. I've kind of lost where I am. Would you do a video on the deities you work with? As far as I'm aware, I already have, and it's still up on my channel, I believe. If it isn't, I might have to remake that one, but if it is, then you can just type in deities on my channel and it should, hopefully, come up with something. What's a really easy method of protection during divination? I have extremely limited materials, but already paid the price for not setting up protections first. Cast a circle. Super simple. Cast a circle. A protective bubble around you and your working space that is done through energy manipulation and visualization, if you can. And you push that energy out into a bubble around you. You stop any unwanted energies from entering, and then you can do your divination in peace, and then you just close the circle again. It's probably one of the easiest ways of doing it. You can also do 3 rings of protection, which I also have up on my channel. Slightly different protection method, but similar concept. So that doesn't require anything. You can just do that with your own energy, and you don't need any candles or nothing with it. You can just do it all for yourself, which is good. It's a great way to start as well with protections. I want to work with deities but don't know who. Do they have to reach out to you first? And how would I know who it is? I'm afraid of starting to work with one. I could do something wrong. So usually they will reach out to you and you will get signs in dreams or in divination or during meditation, or you'll be seeing things in your waking life. So that can happen. You can also reach out to deities. Just remember that there's no guarantee that they will reach back. Because when it comes to working with deities, it's not worship, it's working. It's a working relationship. And so if a deity reaches out to you, you don't have to reach back. You can politely decline if you don't want to work with a deity. If you do want to work with a deity, you can reach out to them. You can burn some incense that represents them. You can call to them. You can light a candle for them. You can reach out during sleep and see if you get something in response while you're dreaming. But there's no guarantee that that deity is going to reach back to you again. So just bear that in mind. And when it comes to determining who it is, it's a case of doing some research on the signs and the symbols that you see during meditations, during dreams. If you're starting to see an animal that you don't normally see, that isn't normal in your area. So it's one thing if you see a fox at night, but if you see 12 bluebirds sitting on your windowsill, and normally you don't see bluebirds at all, well, blue tits, I suppose they're technically called, then that could be a sign of a deity. And so it's then a case of looking up the deities that are associated with said animal or symbol or representation, and then seeing what comes up and doing some research on that mythology, and then seeing what feels right. And then you can ask the question, get a response in dreams, and kind of go from there. Do you think digital altars work as well as the physical ones? If yes, do you have any tips on building them? Yes and no. I think that different altars are good for different things. So a physical altar is great for carrying out active spell work and ritual. It's somewhere where you can have as your sacred space, where you can set it up all nice and you can have your candles going and you can burn some incense. You can give active offerings on physical altars. You can burn incense on that altar. You can burn petitions. You can do communications. You can do scrying. There's lots of things that you can do on a physical altar that you can't do on a digital altar. But a lot of people would rather have a shrine, so this is like an altar for a deity or a spirit, in a digital space. They will then have offerings in front of that digital space, so they might create a background for their iPad, for instance, or their computer, and they may light incense in front of that altar when it's on the screen and have that as their temporary transient deity altar, essentially, if they aren't able to have that in the physical world because of the people that they spend time around, or if they aren't open about their practice, that's a good option. Also, a lot of people will have an altar if it's for representation, particularly if you are Wiccan and you are initiated in Wicca and you follow the Wicca layout of the altar. A lot of people don't have or can't afford the physical items. You need a chalice, you need a wand, an athame, in many cases you need a bowline, you need a cauldron and a pentacle, and there's so many things that you might need, in quotation marks, need, but you don't have at that moment. And so you might create it in a digital form so that you can carry out your Wiccan ceremonies without necessarily having all of the physical items that you can't get hold of. So they definitely have value. All kinds of altar could have value to someone's life. I wouldn't say that one is a direct replacement for the other. That goes both ways. A physical altar is going to behave differently than a digital altar, and it might not be what you want, whereas a digital altar isn't necessarily going to be suitable for everyone. So give it a try. I have used digital altars. I will have Sabbat altars on my iPad so that I have it in the background every time I'm doing everything. A digital altar is right there. You can also have active altars that move. If you're particularly skilled with animation, you can do that to really set the headspace. So yeah, perfectly value. No, they have, wait, what was I trying to say there? Perfectly acceptable, they have value, was I think what I was trying to say, but I got stuck partway. This is an interesting one. Have you worked with any infernal spirits? I quite recently am finding myself drawn to wanting to work with them. Are they typically like other spirits? Religious trauma has me questioning a lot. So I'm not particularly good with different names of types of spirits. Are infernal spirits like the, I can never say this out loud, the goetic spirits? Is that how you say it? It's one of those words where I've heard it being said and I've read it. I've never said it myself. If so, they are often a little bit more touchy and ceremonial in nature. It is more of a do this, do that, say this, say that, light this incense, do that, and I'm here. Versus other spirits that might be, spend time with me and I will interact with you. So if they are one and the same, I often forget the lingo for some of this stuff, then they are a little bit more stressful, I suppose, a little bit more ceremonial when it comes to working with them than working with other different types of things. On my profile, I took a selfie with a green man on a gravestone. I did clean around the grave. Do you think this was unwise or safe to take the selfie? I don't know, because you offered something in return. Now, whether or not that was accepted is a different matter, but you did offer something in return by cleaning, and it depends. Did you feel anything strange after you'd taken it, whilst you were taking it? Did anything odd happen after that point? Generally speaking, you can tell quite soon after whether it's something that you should or shouldn't have done. And so it really does depend, but you can always go back. You can give thanks, give another offering. It really depends. Obviously, I wasn't there, so I'm not going to be able to interpret any kind of energy from that space, but you would probably be able to know within a few minutes of doing it, whether it's something that you felt fine with and it felt good, or whether it's something that you weren't quite feeling so good with. What was the song? What was the name of the song you were just humming? Unfortunately, I never know really the name of any song that I'm humming. I am like a shuffle. I am Spotify on shuffle, basically. And I never really know what any of the bits of music are. It's just one of those random things that just happen sometimes. How does energy work? People say do this, don't do this, do that, don't do that, it'll not work. And they don't say exactly what it is. I'm very confused, but I want to know how you do it. Okay, so I am not the be-all, end-all of knowledge. I haven't said that in this live stream. I'm going to say it now because it's true. I don't consider myself the top source on anything. There are many different ways of explaining and doing things. My way is just one of them, and I never want anyone to take anything I say as gospel, ever, because I shouldn't be taken as gospel. I'm just one person. But here's how I explain energy work to people who are just getting started. So everything in our world has energy, right? Everything. So air molecules, just the air in general, if that's easier, they have quite a lot of energy. That's how they stay in their state, in their gas state. They have a lot of energy. Water has a little bit less energy, but it still has energy. And then solid things also have energy, but less than gas has energy. So like everything is moving and vibrating. Everything that we do involves energy and uses energy. So every action that we take uses energy that we are transforming into something else. So we eat food, which allows us to exercise. We sleep and regenerate ourselves, and then we eat again the next day so that we can continue having more energy. If we are not adding energy into our body, we cannot take energy out of our body. There is a point where we cannot function without energy, and that applies to everything. So the warmth and the solar energy from the sun allows the plants to grow, which produces the oxygen, which we need to breathe, which we then use to get more energy, and so on and so on and so on. So like everything is cyclical. Now that's obviously a super simplified way of explaining that, but I hope you understand. Everything uses energy in some form or another, and it's neither created nor destroyed. It's just changed from one thing to another. So when it comes to us working with energy, it's kind of the same principle. So a lot of magical practitioners, not just witches, believe in animism, right? That everything has its own energy, it has its own spirit in some cases. And so you can draw, wow, I just whistled through my teeth, I apologize. You can draw on that energy to then use it to power your spells and rituals. You are taking one form of energy and transforming it into another. For some magical practitioners, this is through kinetic energy. This is through heat energy. So they will sit in front of a fire and they will use that transformative power of flame. It is eating up combustible material and it is producing heat. They will use that process to whisper their goals and their desires into that transformative process to manifest change. They are taking energy from one form and manifesting something else with it. Then you have people who will use dance. They will get up and they will dance, and they will dance in circles, and they will dance themselves for hours and hours and hours, and they will use that energy to think of all of their goals, their desires, and they are using that transformation of energy to power their workings. That's more physical energy, energy that we can see with our own eyes and we can experience ourselves. And then there's other forms of energy. So you can burn plant material to power your energy. You can write your goals on a piece of paper and then you can light it on fire and use that transformative power of fire to transform it from one form of energy to another to manifest change. You can use full moons and new moons. We can see the energy, the power of the moon on our own planet. We can see it on the oceans, on tides. We are tapping into that energy to manifest change and to manifest our goals within our lives. Some people will tap into the earth's energy. For some people, they see this as being nature. For other people, it's about that hot core at the center of the earth that is still boiling hot, beyond boiling hot, even all these millions, billions of years after the earth's creation. You are drawing on that energy to manifest change. I really hope that this is making some form of sense, but everything in our world is energy. So when we're talking about energy, it can be like physical forms of energy, like fire, like the moon, things that we can tangibly see and experience the energy from it. And in some cases, it is our own personal energy. So after spell work and ritual, you'll find that people say that they are really tired and lethargic and they need to have food to replenish the energy that they spent while casting that spell. Because you are pushing your energy into that working, you are diminishing your own energy. So after that working, you need to have more energy in the form of food. You can also get energy from our surroundings as well to replenish that energy. And that is what we're working with when we talk about energy. And it's not just one form of energy. It could be kinetic energy. It could be heat energy. It could be like gravitational energy. There are so many different types of energy that we can work with, but within witchcraft, it's usually just classified as energy. And I think that's where it gets a little confusing because everyone classifies all energy as the same thing, when actually it's like different things in different types of practice. I know that that was a big tangent, and I'm hoping that that makes any kind of sense. Literally any kind of sense. So I'm gonna get off that topic now before I go down an even deeper rabbit hole. But yeah, it's a heavy topic, that one. Is it common to have to pay to be in a coven? Oh, okay. So, okay, I'll finish the question. So, is it common to have to pay to be in a coven? I've only found one locally where I live, and they charge each member $173 per month. I had to pass on joining. So it's not common to a point. So what usually happens is that in a coven environment, everyone is expected to chip in on the supplies that that coven is using. So if you are going to be using, 100 candles a month, that's a lot, I know. But if you're going to be using 100 candles a month, which might not be that much actually for some covens, it's expected that every member of that coven will make some kind of, they will chip in essentially to help replenish supplies, whether they be incense that's been used, cloaks that have been purchased for the purpose of working within that coven, whether it's candles, whether it's food or alcohol that's used as offerings or used as group meals, essentially, if it is a feast that has been done for a Sabbat, these kind of things, it's expected that you would chip into it. However, to be charging people a set amount of money per month when you have no idea how much of any supply you're going to be using, that's a little bit difficult for me to understand, unless they are renting out a space for the coven to meet. Then I could kind of understand, because renting spaces isn't cheap. And depending on where you live, you will often find that some locations will charge more for religious groups. And despite witchcraft not inherently being religious, a lot of people will consider it to be a religious group. And so some locations will charge more for covens to have that space, that working space. So I don't know about that one. Because there needs to be a really good reason why it's that set amount every month. It could be that they're renting out a space, but it seems a little unconventional to have like here, set up a direct debit of this exact amount every single month. That seems a little bit dodgy. That seems a bit dodgy to me, I'm afraid. So honestly, you probably did good skipping out on that one, because I don't know of any coven that has like a prepaid membership every month. That's not really a coven then, is it? That's like a prepaid group. I don't know. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Let's have a look. What are your thoughts on ancestor money? Do you use it or find it unnecessary? I mean, it's not something that you can really get here. I have used it in the past. I've kind of dabbled in it. I wanted to see what would work, what would not work. And yeah, I didn't find it necessary personally, but that's because I find that things like tea, I know it's a very British thing, isn't it? Tea and alcohol and incense and candles, they work the best for me and my practice. And so that's primarily what I will stick to, because I know that that's what works. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. So we've got a few people saying that they think they have blocks and they're not quite sure what to do. So a few steps that I would take if you feel like you've got a block. It could be for a few reasons. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Vintage Even Star, I hope that's right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So blocks, right. It's a few different reasons why this might be happening. And so we're going to have to try a few different avenues before we can really get to the root of it. So the first block could be a mental block. So maybe you are concerned about starting magical practice. Maybe something happened. Maybe something really spooked you and unnerved you. And now it doesn't seem to matter what you do. You can't get anything to work. Nothing is working. This is a really common thing, especially when people have spirit encounters, and maybe they're quite scary spirit encounters. You can find that you put up an energetic block that stops you from having that again. It's essentially our body's defense mechanism. It doesn't want to put us in danger, so it will actively try to stop doing that. So with this, it's about going over the experience, going to the location of the experience if it's safe to do so. You can go with other people if you need to, and unpick what it is that has happened. Go over the memories if that's something that you can do. Write about it, journal about it. Try to pick apart what it was that happened, what made it scary, what has unnerved you so much, what are you scared of happening again. And then once you feel like you've unpicked it and you're at peace with it, then you can start progressing forward. So that's one reason why you might have a block. Another reason why you might have a block is that energetically there's just something that's stopping you. It's literally an energetic block, and usually these require a cleansing. So this could be something that you've picked up along your way. It could be something that you got at work, or it could be something that you got just in a crowd of people. It could be a spirit, it could just be energy, it could be something that's in your home, on an object, or in yourself. So it's a good time to do a personal cleanse. This can be with or without smoke. And then it's also good to do house cleanses, and also cleansing any new objects that have come into your space just before you developed this spiritual and energetic blockage. Make sure everything is cleansed. So if you're going to be cleansing objects, cleanse them outside, because that way you're not going to be releasing that energy and spirit inside your house. So cleanse objects outside. You can cleanse yourself outside if you want. Cleanse your house afterwards. When everything's cleansed, put up all of your protections, make sure everything is safe and secure, and then try again. See what happens. That's another option. There is a chance that there is someone blocking your working. So it might not be that it is you that has a block. It might be that the workings that you're trying to do are being blocked. If they're targeting a specific person, try targeting an object or a situation or even a location rather than a person. If it's a specific form of magic you're trying to do, pivot and try a different topic and see if it's just a certain topic that's blocking you. If there's someone in your life that might be jealous, that might be envious, who might be really out to get you emotionally, not necessarily physically, but they might just not really like you for one reason or another, it could be worth doing some kind of return to sender workings, undoing workings to try to block that energy if there is anything there. And yeah, if in doubt, try researching different topics, try getting outside, try and reconnect with what you love, and then hopefully that'll kind of redo that spark that you've had for your magical practice. And hopefully, after all that, it will work well for you. It is one of those where it very much depends on the situation. So try a bunch, see what works. What is your opinion on meditation? Do you have a fave or least favorite type of meditation? So I really enjoy meditation, but I struggle with it. My brain moves a mile a minute. I struggle to chill. So my favorite kind of meditation is walking meditation. I find that incredibly useful. It's not so much meditation though. I would refer to it more as mind calming. So I would classify meditation as being like a certain group of mind calming, but I love walking as my meditation, listening to some music or just listening to nature and just not walking with a purpose. You are just aimlessly walking at a comfortable speed and you're just allowing yourself to sink into your mind, to answer the questions that you have been needing to pick apart for ages. That I find really good because I enjoy getting out, I enjoy being in nature and exercising. I love guided meditations more for their ability to calm my mind more than for answering questions. My least favorite kind of meditation is the kind where you just sit there. I find that kind of meditation a lot harder to do because I do really, really struggle with just sitting still and not doing stuff, because I am of the terrible opinion that if I'm not doing something, then I am failing, which is something I massively need to work on, because yeah, that's not good. I am not sure if I said thank you to some. I'm not sure some of these came up for me. I apologize greatly if some of these got missed. So I want to say thank you so much to Heather, and also thank you. I've got to scroll down for it. Where is it? Thank you so much to Kelly, because I'm not sure either of those popped up for me, and I really apologize if I missed it. I didn't intend to miss it. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I'm so concerned about butchering this name. Okay. Hinotai? Is it Hinotai Wildfire? Thank you so much. I really apologize if I just butchered your username. I'm so sorry about that, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, I'm so glad I found your circle casting video and my spell experience has skyrocketed. I'm so glad. I'm always very grateful when any of you find any of my content to be useful in your magical practice. So I hope that you continue to do well within your practice, because that would be really awesome. Do, 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 do. Oh, I've got a bunch of TikTok songs in my head. I did download TikTok and then I swiftly forgot to use it. But I do see everything on Instagram, and now I just have like dozens of TikTok songs in my head at all times. Does Hearth do lives on Patreon as well? I have done in the past, but I haven't done more recently. So if anyone is on my Patreon and you would like me to do lives on the Patreon, I can do that. It is a little bit trickier because obviously there's only the number of people that are on my Patreon, so it's a little harder to get everyone together in one place. But if that is something that anyone would like me to do, then I can try and do that again. Do, 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 do. Do you use a personal sigil in your practice? I mean, I've used both sigils that represent me as a tag lock in my practice, and also for general practice, like I'll have a sigil for protection, for good luck, for money, for love, all these different things. So yeah, I have kind of like a combination of the two. I don't work with them all of the time, but yeah, I do sometimes. Sigils used to be a massive part of my practice, and now they're kind of a slightly diminished form. I just adapt as time goes on. What are your thoughts on Of Blood and Bones? Having read it 3 times, I thought it was good. I use a few of the things in my craft now, although 60% I do not use. So I have done, it was in one of my quarterly book breakdowns that I spoke about this book, and it was fine. Like, it's a good book, and if you are interested in that kind of magic, then you could find some great stuff in it. I did find a few things a little bit concerning, and I did mention them in that video. The idea of just picking up a bunch of rotting detritus, basically, from the forest floor and burning it as an incense scared me. Not because it is inherently scary as a thing to do, but more, you don't know what you're picking up, you don't know what you're burning, you don't know if it's rotting, you don't know if it's covered in mold, you don't know if what you're burning is toxic. Do not inhale stuff that you do not understand. You know, there were a few things in it that I went, oh, bleh. And then the rest of it, I was like, yeah, that's good. So it's one of those where I didn't love it, but I also didn't hate it either. It fell into that, yeah, this is good pile. That's kind of that, like, it's good. I have books that I will like dote on, that I absolutely love, and then I have books where I'm like, it was fine. And that was it was fine. And I would recommend it for people who are interested in that, because there's very few books on the market that are into the death, decay, the darker aspects of the practice. There's very few books on that subject. So if you're looking for a book like that, Of Blood and Bones, pretty good. How can I discover if any of my ancestors were witches as well? This one is pretty difficult. I mean, you can communicate with your ancestors, connect with them, see if you can get any information about their lives. I know that some people will look at the records, history records, to see if there were any convictions. In regards to that, though, I do think it's important to note that a lot of the people who were accused and tried for witchcraft throughout history were not actually witches. But yeah, ask ancestors. Ask them if they can let you know what they did. But most importantly in this is go into it expecting something boring. Like, it's one of those like confirmation bias. If you are hoping that an ancestor was a witch, you're more likely to have it come up in just a random dream. It's not necessarily going to be related to an ancestor. It's just something that you would like to see, so you do. So just make sure that you go into it expecting that it's going to be very boring. You know, a lot of bakers and tanners and miners. I don't know, it depends on where you live, obviously, the kind of jobs that you're going to have through the past. But yeah, that's probably the best way to do that. Do any fae like to tease or mess with pets? Yeah, quite a lot of them. You'll often find that the non-court fae are they do quite enjoy messing with children and even adults and pets as well. So you have like the seelie and the unseelie court. These kind of can, but they usually don't. And then you have the non-courted fae, or they're often known as solitary fae, but that just means non-court fae. So they do not belong to the seelie or the unseelie court. They are solitary because they are courtless. These fae do have a tendency to mess with people and with children and with pets a little bit more. These are also the kind that you will see kind of on their own in wild spaces, whereas the seelie and unseelie are usually found in their courts rather than just out and about. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Paul. I really appreciate it. And I'm so glad that you enjoy the work, because it means a lot when I know that people do like what I put out. And that does remind me, if you do like the live streams or really any of the videos, if you would like to support me in any way, like the video. That's all that I need anyone to do. And it tells YouTube that you like the videos, and it helps to tell me that you like the videos as well. And it really helps to boost how those videos do, because YouTube will promote and push videos more if it has a lot of people who like the video for the amount of views. So if you would like to support the channel, you can just like videos, and that is fantastic for me. And I always appreciate every single like and every single comment that I get on my channel. I read all of them. Well, not the likes, obviously, but I read all the comments. And it really does mean a lot when I do get comments, because some of you are so sweet and so lovely, and I always recognize the same names again and again. And it does mean a lot to me. So I just want to put that out there, because I understand, not everyone is going to want to donate or will donate. And I am just happy with you liking my videos and you just being here. That means so much to me. And I just want to emphasize that, because I know that it can seem like I do focus on the donations, but that's because I want to acknowledge people who have actively sent me a message in a donation. So I hope you understand, because I don't want it to sound like I'm prioritizing some people over others. Okay, where was I? Yes, book reviews. Yes, book reviews. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so I will do that. Yeah, I have another one that I need to film at the end of January. I was going to say July. It's not July yet. And yeah, I will do that. I will give you fair warning though. I did not read very many books between November and January. Yeah, I kind of fell off the bandwagon a bit there. It was Christmas, right? It was Christmas, and then it was New Year, and then I've been decorating my house, and everyone who's decorated knows that takes way longer than you think it's going to take. So, oopsie. So yeah. Anyway, I'm going to keep going. Anyway. Do you know if the spirits have their own spirit police kind of thing to make sure spirits don't break any spirit laws, or don't they have laws or rules, etc.? I think the significant thing to say here is that spirits don't have our same idea of guilt, of conscience, of laws and regulations. Like, the Seelie and Unseelie courts do have their own kind of codes that they will work by. But when we're talking solitary fae, like, they do their own thing. And as far as I'm aware, they don't have any kind of system in place, not that I know of. I think the Seelie and Unseelie courts are a little bit different in that, because there are kind of hierarchies. But solitary fae, it's a free-for-all. And that's why working with the fae can be a little bit hazardous, because you never know what you're going to get. Could be anything. I got distracted again, sorry. I can't sit still and in silence for too long. I start going a little bit bonkers. Oh my goodness. Oh, yes, to book reviews. I'm reading Practical Solitary Magic by Nancy B. Watson on your recommendation. It's so good. I'm so glad that you managed to find it. So many people could not find that book, and I'm so glad that some of you managed to get hold of it. And I'm also really, really glad that you enjoy it, because I always get really nervous. I'll post a video and people will be like, I hated that book. I'm like, okay, I enjoyed it. So, yeah, I would love to find, sorry, this is on a similar topic. I'd love to find more books on Welsh witchcraft. They're so hard to find. They are. So obviously, you know the Mara Starling book, and that one is good. I will say, if anyone else is interested in that book, it's called Welsh Witchcraft by Mara Starling. The author repeats themselves a lot. And I think you could take out maybe a fifth of the book, because it's just repetition. But if you can get past the repetition, a lot of it is really good stuff, primarily if you haven't experienced Wales yourself. If you've spent a lot of time in Wales, or if you are Welsh, it's quite likely that you will understand a lot of what the landscape is like. And so a lot of the discussion about the landscape and the places is not really going to be necessary for you. But besides all of that, I know that sounds like a lot, but it's not. It's a good book, and I do wish more came out. So there is a book that I'm about to start reading. I say about, I literally just got it in Glastonbury. I forget exactly what it's called. If you were to go on my most recent Glastonbury haul video, it's in there. It is by John G. Hughes, and it is, oh my goodness, Witchcraft in the Welsh Marshes? Oh, I really hope that's right. It might not be right, but it is about the Welsh marshes. And then there's also a book on the Welsh border, Witchcraft in the Welsh border, which I haven't read, but I have it on my to be read list. So I am going to give that one a read as well when I'm in the right headspace for it, because I don't know about anyone else. I have got to a point where my brain just doesn't want to focus on reading right now. I go through phases. I go through phases where I want to read every waking minute of every day. And then I go through phases where I'm like, yeah, don't come near me with a book. And I am in my don't come near me with a book. I just want to play The Sims. And that's not ideal. But it happens. Everything comes in cycles is what I've noticed. Okay, I need to find where I was. You can tell I've been sitting here for more than 3 hours. So props to anyone who's been sitting here since the beginning with me as well. But I understand that people come and go a lot in the live streams to watch it later, and I completely understand that too. Okay, here we go. Do you have any information on how to find out more about black magic, please? Okay, this is a tricky one because it doesn't really exist. And I will explain that a little bit more. So it's all energy, right? So energy is energy. It has no intention, it has no goals, it has no purpose. It is just energy, right? So what can power a machine of mass destruction can also power a ventilator to keep someone alive. It can power a life support machine, it can power an electric chair. The electricity has no bias. It is not positive or negative. It would not prefer to do one than the other. It simply is. Same thing applies with magic. Magic is magic. It is neutral until you decide what you want to do with it. And then this is where it becomes, say, positive or negative, beneficial or baneful. But there are no hard and fast lines drawn as to what is beneficial and what is baneful. Because when you start picking everything apart, you get to the point where everything has a positive and a negative. So you can cast a spell, for instance, to do really, really well and to get into your dream school. So you cast a spell to get into your dream school. People maybe pay more attention to your application than they do someone who is maybe more qualified than you. You get into the school, they don't. You might see that as a positive working, but to the person who just lost their spot, then, you know, that's not so positive, right? That is both positive and negative, depending on which perspective you're looking at it from. So you can cast a spell to help get you to work faster. I know that people typically don't, but you might cast a spell to get you to work faster. And you might find that the lights change in your favor. So you get to work faster. That's a positive spell, right? You got to work faster. No one got hurt in that. Except what about the person who needed to get to their child's birth, for instance, who got stopped at every single red light and they missed their child's birth because you did a spell to get you to work faster? That's now a negative working. And this is where it gets kind of touchy, because no working is 100% anything. You know, nothing can be 100% good or 100% bad. And everything works on a sliding scale. So my opinion on a negative working might vary from someone else's. And so the idea of like black and white magic is really being distanced from. not only because of potential racial connotations in there, which is something that we really don't want to perpetuate, but also the fact that our world really isn't black and white. It's not positive or negative. So you will struggle to find out information on dedicated black magic. You might find some older works on the subject, but just bear in mind that everything is seen through the lens of our perception on the world, right? Everything is through our own experiences, our own religion, our own beliefs. And so what one person defines as being negative, another maybe won't. So I know that was a bit long-winded, but I hope that that explains that concept just a little bit more, hopefully. So yeah, there might be some out there. There are plenty of works that are considered darker, whether that's because they are seen as more taboo, like blood magic, necromancy, those kind of things, but they aren't necessarily done for a negative purpose. So that could be an avenue that you might want to look into, depending on what you're after. Ooh, you think you've been cursed or hexed. So I have a video on curses, hexes, and jinxes, the difference, which could be useful to identify kind of what it is and figure it out. If you carried a herbal kit on your person, what 5 to 10 herbs would you keep on you, each in a tiny packet? Oh, that's really cute. Okay, so I'm going to go for the things that I would work with the most. If these were the only things that I could work with, what would I choose? I'm going to have to count them out. So I would use nettle, 100%. I love using nettle. Nettle, chamomile, rose. That's already 3. Damn, that was quick. Basil. Love a good bit of basil. Oh my goodness, what am I going to pick? Oh no. So what's that? So nettle, protection, warding, chamomile, abundance, luck, prosperity, solar energy. Nice. Rose, full moon energy, abundance, manifestation, love, friendship. Depends on the color, but I'd probably go for red because red is what I use the most. What else did I even say? Let's go. Oak bark, protection, solidity, earth element, reassurance, protection. I like that. Yeah, I like that. Willow, water element, nice. Healing, peace, calm, communication, secret keeping, or lack thereof. That's a good one. So that's 5. Jesus, that's 5 already. I'm going to push it to 10, otherwise I'm not going to be able to work with all the ones that I would be able to. Oh my goodness, what else would I pick? I feel like I'd have to have a little bit of sandalwood, just a little bit. I do like working with sandalwood a lot, so a little bit of sandalwood. Ooh, apple blossom. Yeah, love a good bit of apple blossom. A bit of fertility, abundance, prosperity, new growth, new beginnings. Love it. Oh, rosemary. How could I forget rosemary? Study, intelligence, memory, protection. Oh, you throw me off now, Kay. Rowan, I do like... Okay, yeah, Rowan has to be my 9th. Rowan's got to be the 9th. Protection, especially against earthbound spirits, always good to have. And alfalfa. I do love alfalfa. It's really good for prosperity workings. That's actually really difficult because I have a lot that I will grab from all of the time. Like, if I had more, it would be like jasmine, orange, apple slices, galangal root. So many options. I went off on such a tangent there. Oh, dear. Oh, what do you think of stoic grimoires? And can ancestors give and take energy from you? I like them. I mean, I don't have really any strong opinions about them, but yes, ancestors can both give and take. So sometimes you'll find that they will help you out. Sometimes they will want something in return. And if you don't give them something in return, they might just kind of take it, which isn't always nice of them, but it's something that they do sometimes. Oh, is it Sabbats or Sabbats? How do we spell it? So I have always spelt it Sabbat. And I differentiate this between, I know some people differentiate it between like paganism and Judaistic religions, like the Abrahamic religions. For me, I differentiate it slightly differently. So for me, a Sabbat is a celebration that we would do today, like Imbolc, Ostara, Beltane, Letha, trying to remember them all in order now. Lunasa, Mabon, Samhain, Yule, those kind of things. Whereas I see a Sabbath as being what was written about when we're talking about the witch trials. So you will not really see it being written as Sabbat. If the witches were to fly, it would be to a Sabbath. And it's what Christian documenters would consider to be the meeting that the witches would have with the devil. And so that's how I differentiate it. You'll find in historic works, it's referred to as Sabbath. And in more modern works, it is spelled as Sabbat. And I think it's really a personal choice more than anything else. That's just how I differentiate it. Did you make an altar for the silver button? I didn't know. I just had a bunch of things. I didn't know where to put them, so it's now a decoration table. I had to manic clean this room earlier, so it's all ended up on the table. What do you think of casting a circle in a way that's non-traditional, like clapping your hands or something with the intention of casting a circle? I have not done a quote-unquote Wiccan or ceremonial circle casting in a long time. And I haven't done that because I don't need to. My circle castings are energy-based more than ceremonial. And when you get good at doing an energy-based circle, you can just think of it and it will be there. Or I have a friend who will click his fingers and his circle is up, and that's all he needs to do. I think it's great. I mean, ritualistic techniques are fine. Like the more ceremonial circle castings are great for getting you in the headspace, and they can be good in certain circumstances. But if you're doing them regularly, that's a lot of time, and not everyone has time for that. So if you can do the practice to get good at energetic circle casting, then you don't need to do that entire ritual if you don't want to. So, gotta admit, I like it. Can you be Catholic and work with the Sabbats? I mean, I suppose as long as you don't feel like it goes against your religion, then I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, the Sabbats are, after all, a series of, well, they're based off seasonal times for agriculture. So if you feel like that resonates with you, then there's no reason why you can't. Oh, this is a juicy one. Okay, some of you are not going to like my answer to this question, but do remember before I say it, this is my personal experience and my personal beliefs on the subject, and you are welcome to have your own, okay? Okay. What are your thoughts on an animal familiar? I've always had dogs. 1 or 2 were very sensitive, but none so much as my little girl right now. I think that's what that means. Okay. Animal familiars are something that has very much been left over from the early modern period during the witch trials, where people would see that an individual person, sometimes an elderly woman, often widowed or simply a spinster that never got married, would have animals around them, and because the community was already accusing them as being a witch, they were therefore accused of having a familiar in the form of an animal. And they could then transform into that animal to do their bidding. Other times it was the idea of an imp, which, if anything, is a little bit more accurate to familiars than animals are. So I very much firmly believe that people can have an animal magical companion. By this, I mean someone can have an animal, probably a pet, sometimes a wild animal, that is very connected to them, that comes to them regularly, that is curious about their spellwork and ritual, and they would be, say, an animal companion. However, for me, in my own understanding and my own experiences of familiars, a familiar is a spirit that is able to traverse the spiritual plane where we might not be able to travel to gain information from sources that we are not able to reach, and to assist us in spellwork and ritual spiritually while we work physically. Now, the problem with a physical animal is that it can't do any of those things. It can't traverse the spiritual plane because it's a physical animal. It can't gain information from us because it is a physical animal. And it cannot aid us spiritually in our magic unless we're talking about like an association with that animal. So like a dog will have its associations and a cat will have their associations. Like different animals will have associations. But that's more like a correspondence than them energetically, spiritually, actively aiding in spellwork and ritual. And like you can't send your cat familiar out to gain information from someone that you need to gain information on. You're just sending your animal into the wild and risking it getting hurt. Whereas a spirit familiar can traverse the spiritual planes and essentially spy on someone for you to then bring back information that it can verbally give you because it is a spirit familiar. So I don't think that there is no place for animal familiars. I just don't think it's the same place as a spirit familiar, say. And when I refer to familiars, I am referring to spirit familiars because they are the ones that do the familiar's job. And you can, in some cases, have an animal that after it has passed over can become a spirit familiar. And you can also have it where spirit familiars will attach themselves onto an animal. So you can have both a magical animal companion that has the spirit of a spirit familiar attached onto it. But I don't think that they fill the same role. And I know that some people are really not going to like me for saying that. I understand that, and everyone is entitled to their own opinion on this. But for me, an animal familiar simply doesn't fill the role of a familiar. But they do have a powerful and probably very useful role as an animal companion, and they can be powerful, especially when they are interested in our magical practice, where they're around us, they can comfort us, they can offer us insight into the spirits that are around in our space. They can tell us when there's a spirit present, even when we don't sense it ourselves. They are great as emotional support, especially if people do struggle with their own mental health, if they struggle with anxiety around spirits and working with deities. Like, they can be incredibly powerful and so useful, and animals are wonderful to have around. I just don't think they fill the same role. Different roles, yes. Same role, no. Yeah, that's a great way of looking at it, actually. I consider my cat my witchcraft support animal, similar to an emotional support animal. He's just there with me. That's a really great way of looking at it. And so I will always, and I know maybe I shouldn't, I will judge a book on witchcraft based on what it says about animals and familiars. A good book, or should I say all of the books that I have read that I thought were particularly valuable, spoke about familiars as spirits. The books that I've read and the rest of the book I didn't find particularly valuable discussed familiars as being animals. And so I will often use it as a benchmark on a book. I will flick through a book, I will get to the bit about familiars. If it just talks about a cat or a dog, then that book is closed and I'm not going to get it, because I know that that particular author doesn't come at magic and witchcraft the same way I do. It doesn't mean that their work isn't valuable. It just means that it's not valuable to me and my style of practice. I just want to really emphasize that, because it's not, I'm right, you're wrong. It's like, this is, my opinion might just be different than yours, and that's okay. So yeah, it's an interesting one. That bike sounds like it's got the tiniest engine known to mankind. Just like puttering its way down the street. So yeah, I love that topic. I simultaneously love and I hate it. I'm always scared of that topic because people have really strong opinions on it, and that's fine. Okay, let's have a look. Where else? Or should I say, what else do we have in here? Protection on the go. I can't wear stuff on the plane. So, good example of this. Protection on the go. Protection sigil. Draw it on yourself in eyeliner pen. So you can get them in like different colors and draw a protection sigil, charge it with your energy, and that way you can have protection on the go without having to have any additional objects on you. So that is a good alternative if you can't have anything on you physically, especially if you don't want to set off machines and stuff and you don't want to get funny looks. A little sigil that you can draw on yourself is a really good option. And eyeliner pens are skin safe and they're really affordable to get. Like, you don't have to get like a super expensive one. You can just get like the really cheap ones. Have you seen the TV show Fate the Wing Saga? I saw the first season and I never watched the other season. It's not because I didn't like it, it's just because I've not really been in a TV show mood. Like, I feel like I have to be in a really good mood to be able to sit through a TV show, and I just haven't been in one, and then I'm pretty certain they cancelled it anyway, so I'm not even sure I'm going to bother. Okay, here we go. This one's a really good one that I think a lot of people experience, but maybe just don't talk about it. So, first ever candle I lit, the base it was on exploded. I listened to all good advice, I swear. It demoralized me because it was my first dedication. Does this mean I'm not really meant for this? So, I don't know if you're still online, Sarah's, I think it's Sarah's anyway, I'm sorry if it's not. But, few questions. Don't necessarily have to answer them in the chat, I'm just going to say it anyway. So, first one. Was it in a candle holder of some kind? Because if it was in a candle holder, was the candle holder candle suitable is the first question, or was it just a general holder that you just used for a candle? Because what can often happen is if it's not designed to be a candle holder, they usually can't withstand specific heat. So they might be able to hold, say, a drink, for instance, that's heat all over. But when there's a concentrated amount of heat on one side, it was a glass plate. Okay, so that in itself, though, could be the problem. So what will often happen is, did it burn like all the way down? Was it quite low when it did it? Because what will happen is the glass plates are usually not like tempered glass. So if it gets too hot on one specific point, it will just shatter, and they go with a bang. They're really loud when they go. And you can have this happen with like candle glasses as well. If there's any kind of fracture, even just like a hairline crack that you might not be able to see, if the heat is focused on one side of a candle holder, like the wick isn't quite central, that can just go in like one big bang, and it can scare the shit out of everyone. So what will have happened there, like there's no reason to get disheartened for that. It's just because it's probably got like a fault in it, or it just isn't fully tempered for a flame to be like directly on it. And just that intense heat will have just blown the bottom off it, or the side off it, or wherever the crack was. It will have just like followed the easiest route out. It could have even been an air bubble inside the glass, and it'll just blow, and they really explode. So this is my reminder for everyone who uses glassware for their candles. Make sure that you haven't dropped it, even if it didn't shatter. If you've dropped it, don't use it for burning your candles in. More likely than not, it will explode. Just make sure that everything that you're using is heat safe. That's why, if you can, I'd recommend getting metal, like a cast iron or just a metal candle holder, because they don't explode. And you can burn your candles like all the way down. But yeah, don't be disheartened about it. It wasn't you. It was the thing that you were burning the candle on, that's all. Would you consider doing a series on deities? Perhaps. The problem I have is I'm not particularly well versed in that many of them. So I'm going to have to do a lot of research on that. Honestly, at this point, I think I need to hire someone to help me do research. So that'll have to be a plan for the future, because I just don't have the time and the resources to spend as much time as I need to doing my research, and it frustrates me. It frustrates me so bad. Vegan Witch here. My spirit animals do not prefer beeswax. Do you offer soy wax candles in multiple colours? Unfortunately, at the moment, we only do beeswax. Mostly because we are not really equipped to be doing soy wax. But potentially in the future, we're in the process of kind of replacing a lot of our molds. So in the future, we may well do that. So then we can have separate molds for the beeswax and the soy, because at the minute, we only have enough molds to do the beeswax, and I wouldn't want to be doing the vegan candles in molds that have just had beeswax in them. I'd want to keep them separate. So when we do get more molds done, then I can hopefully kind of split some across, just like the most popular ones that we do, and have them be done in soy as well. But I will have to ask my chief candle maker, because he is the one that makes all of my candles. So yeah, let's see, where was I? Do you know of any crystals that are paired well together? I mean, there are thousands and thousands. I find that if you can look for like complementary intentions, that's really good. But more than anything, it's about kind of how it feels to you. So I will often find that pairing two super powerful crystals together is a recipe for disaster. Well, not a disaster, but chaos. So for instance, Herkimer Diamond, Moldavite. Personally, I wouldn't dream of putting them together unless I wanted literal chaos to rain down upon me. But I would say pair Moldavite with a more milder stone of a slightly different intention, and that way it can like sway the intention of the Moldavite just a little bit to kind of tweak it to what you need. So I would typically pair similar intentions, maybe slightly different, to really tailor what you want. One more powerful, one more soft and gentle. So the more powerful one is the focal one. That's the one where you want the intention to be the closest to what you want to manifest. And then the milder one is going to be used to like pull round the intention to line up perfectly with what you want. That's more of like a secondary crystal. And that is not going to be much help, I know. But if you can get a feel of different crystals, I'm hoping that you'll be able to put that into good use. But there are just so many different crystals out there that it would take me days to go through different pairings. To become better at witchcraft is simply by doing it. But on the other hand, it's said not to do spells unless you really feel the need to. Any tips on practicing when you don't feel the need? Practice your energy work, because ultimately the core of your magical practice is your energy. So you can run through as many workings as you want, but really what you need is that core foundation. Because if you have the core foundation of your practice, you can go anywhere with your magical practice. You can do anything, because once you know how to gain energy, raise energy, sense energy, stretch energy out, you get to extend it out, bring it back in, sense energy, move it around, push it around, add your intention into it. Once you know how to do that, including like any kind of protective circles or circle castings or laying compasses, those kind of things, once you know how to do that, you can just adapt it to anything. So practice your core practices. And then when it comes to doing something, as long as you've read how to do it and you kind of get a grasp of how to do it, you just got to let your energy do the rest. And you've practiced that then enough to just do it. And like, yeah, the process might be different. Like the way you are doing things and the words that you're saying are different, but the core aspect of that is the same. And that's why I will always say to people that like your foundational practices are the bread and butter of your practice. You can read as many books as you want. You can do anything else that you want in your practice. But if those core foundational practices are shaky, your practice is going to be shaky. So like having that good foundation is the most important thing for me in my experience, because I had to go back and redo it all again because I'm a daft bugger and I didn't do it properly the first time around. So like I am a lesson of what not to do. Curious as to what drew you to study witchcraft and develop a practice. I'll be honest, nothing really drew me to it. It was an automatic thing. It was more that I realized there was a name for it. And once I realized there was a name for it and other people did this, that was me done. I just ran with it. Because like I've always seen spirits. I've always done manifestation, even if I didn't know what it was. So as soon as I found out Wicca existed, to be fair though, when I found that out, Wicca was really the only thing that anyone talked about. Later I discovered that like, words, that witchcraft was its own thing. And then I was off. I was every library I could go to. I was dragging my mum to every single library I could go to. I would take out every single witchcraft book that they had, which wasn't many. It was about 2 in every library. I'd pilfer every library in the local area of their witchcraft books, read them all in like one night, and then return them. And then I'd ask to go further afield because I wanted more and more and more. And this is why I have a problem with books. Like earlier today, I literally got delivered a new bookcase writing cabinet. Oh, it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. And it's already full of books. Like not full because my hardbacks are going in there, but it's like full, a little full. This is how I have a problem with books. This is where it started, was libraries. Which actually, for anyone who doesn't know this, check out your local library. You might find some great witchcraft books in there for free. Well, I mean, you need a library card, but for free. Would it be best to be Wiccan instead of traditional if you have no connection to the land you're living in? I'm in the US and aren't spiritual. It might have worked if I was Native American. Okay, so this isn't so much an either or. So the opposite of Wiccan, or the alternative to Wiccan, isn't traditional. Traditional witchcraft is being thrown around now left, right, and centre. It's absolutely everywhere. I blame TikTok for this. And most of the stuff on TikTok that they're touting as traditional witchcraft is not traditional witchcraft. It's just witchcraft. I'll say it again. I'll say it a million times because I see the stuff that gets posted on Instagram and it makes me want to scream. So Wicca is a religion, right? So the religion of Wicca is its own thing, right? You can practice witchcraft and be Wiccan, but you don't have to practice witchcraft separately if you're Wiccan. You can just be Wiccan, right? Then there's also about 1,000 different varieties of witchcraft. There's so many. And not all of that is going to be traditional. So traditional witchcraft primarily, as far as I'm aware, comes from the teachings of Robert Coltrane. And he was the high priest of the clan of Tubal Cain. I really hope that that's the right answer. Anyway, and a lot of the more traditional, the traditional witchcraft books that we see are based on his works. So you will have the works by Gemma Gary, for instance. You will see a lot of influence from Robert Coltrane's teachings in that book. But it's specialized as like traditional witchcraft for that area, Devon and Cornwall. You then have folk witchcraft, which is kind of a little bit of traditional witchcraft. So it's got some inspiration, because traditional witchcraft is a bit of folk witchcraft. So it's historical practice that's been adapted to a modern day in the form of traditional witchcraft. You then have folk magic, which is adaptations of folk practice, legends, mythologies, beliefs, which has been adapted to a modern day. And then you have just witchcraft. So you've got green witchcraft, hearth witchcraft, kitchen witchcraft, and none of that has to be connected to a place. So you can be a kitchen witch and it doesn't matter where you live. You don't have to work with land spirits. So traditional witchcraft, because of the work of Robert Coltrane and a few other people, has a lot of land spirits. So it has the Buka and it has the King of the Witches. That is land-based, so they're like land spirits. But most of witchcraft does not have to involve spirits in the slightest. You can be a folk witch and not have... what on earth is going on here? I'm gonna have to, sorry, like this. So you can have, you can be a witch and not work with land spirits or any spirits. So the alternative to traditional witchcraft isn't necessarily Wicca. If you don't want to follow the Wiccan religion, there are so many other options out there that you can choose. And there are so many different varieties of witchcraft. You can be an eclectic witch and just take a little bit from green witchcraft and kitchen witchcraft and hearth witchcraft and lunar witchcraft and all these different things, and find what works for you. And you don't have to ever work with land spirits or spirits of place in your practice if you don't feel comfortable doing that because of where you are. So yeah, I hope that was useful. I had to jump around a bit there. My apologies. I love how people are like guessing where I'm from. People in every live stream are like, can you tell me where you are? I'm like, I'm not going to tell you my location. Like, that's a weird thing to ask someone. I know that people don't usually intend it like that, but this is the United Kingdom. It's not that big. So I am in a vague place somewhere in the United Kingdom. Are you going to make a Bridget's Cross for Imbolc? I'm actually not, no. I don't really have access to the materials, and I just decide I'm not really going to do that this year. I have my altar set up. I'm quite happy with my little Bridget figures that I've got on there, and that's enough for me this time. I would like, maybe, there are sometimes a few like classes that go on teaching people how to do them, and you pay a small fee and they like have all of the materials that you need, and that's really fun to do. So I might see if I can do that at some point in the future. That would be really, really lovely. I'm trying to figure out where I was again. Do 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 do. Da, 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 da. Okay, I'm really confused as to where I was. What is your favorite and least favorite parts of your practice, if you're comfortable with sharing? I don't really have any like bits that I don't like, mostly because if I don't like it, I don't do it. So everything that I do, I like. And if I get to a point where I don't really feel like doing a certain part of my practice anymore, then I just won't do it. And I'll just kind of like cut it out of what I do. And so, yeah, I don't really have any worst bits. My best bits are, I know it sounds really cheesy, but it is true. My favorite bit of what I do within my magical practice as a whole, it's not things manifesting for myself. It's when I get messages from people who've ordered like candles off me or spelled candles, or have watched the videos and have gone, this has really helped me, this worked really well for me. That, if anything, is more valuable to me, and it's my favorite bit, more so than me getting successful manifestation results. So that's always going to be my favorite bit, because I like seeing other people benefit from it. And I know that's so cheesy and like, oh, everyone's going to say that, but like, it is. I am elated when I get like reviews, or I get emails from people who have said that like this really helped, and that's the best bit. At what point can I consider myself officially a witch? If you study and or practice witchcraft and you feel comfortable referring to yourself as a witch, then you are free to do so. It's just a title. It's a title for someone who practices witchcraft, and if you practice witchcraft, then you can call yourself a witch. The one thing that I have with it, and some people are not going to like it very much, but I will say it anyway. The one time I don't like people referring to themselves as witches is when they will do one spell, no research. Well, I mean, they might do a bit of research, but they'll do like a little bit of research, one spell, and then they'll never do anything ever again for their entire life ever. And 5 years down the line, they're still referring to themselves as a witch. That is when it bothers me a little bit. And like, I've seen it a few times in like videos where people have spent like a day with witches, and still like years later, they're still referring to themselves as a witch, even though like they have said themselves that they have not done anything since. That's the only time when I have a problem with someone referring to themselves as a witch. As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to trust you in your judgment as to whether or not you feel comfortable to call yourself a witch. And the reality is that if you're asking the question, then I know that you're genuine about it. And you know that you're genuine about it, because if you weren't genuine about it, then you wouldn't care what anyone else thought about it or whether it was the right thing to do, you know? So if you're asking yourself if, like, when or if it's the right time, then it's one of those things where you will know when it's the right time, because I know that you are genuine in your practice and in wanting to do things right. And that's a really good thing to have. Do, 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 da, 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 da. Do we receive notifications when you post on Patreon? I'm actually not sure. I'm going to have to check on that, whether people do or not. Anyway, I'm posting another video on Patreon the first week of February. And there are going to be a few more videos on Patreon going forwards. I'm currently, like, my office is in chaos. So I need to film a few deck videos, and they're going up on the Patreon as well. So there's a book video at least, and then probably a few deck videos as well. But I might spread those out over, like, this month and next month, depending on how much I can get done. Da, 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 do, 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 do. Okay, let's have a look. I don't mean to knock anyone's work or practices, but are there any books or media that you would not recommend for practitioners for any reason? Oh, that's brutal. Oh no. Okay, so one thing I would dissuade people from, and I know that if you're here, you already know this, and that is, please, for the love of all that is good in this world, do not use TikTok as your only source of information. Please. And the fact that you are here nearly 4 hours into a live stream on YouTube means that you probably don't do that. Like, using TikTok as a subsidiary source of information, as inspiration, is great, right? Fine. I'm happy with that. But please, no one use TikTok as their primary source of information. And, like, it's getting to the point now, it's getting so bad. I get DMs on Instagram telling me to stop making long videos and start making 30-second long TikToks. I'm like, that's not how this works. I am condensing down my entire experience within the magical tradition into 20 to 40 minute long videos. That's already massively condensed. How am I meant to condense my entire experience in magical practice into 30 seconds? That's not going to happen. Like, there's no way you are going to be able to get substantial amounts of valid information from 30 seconds. And I know that TikTok has just expanded its time to 10 minutes, but the reality is that no one on TikTok is going to sit through a 10-minute long video. It's TikTok. So that's one thing that I wouldn't do, is use TikTok as a sole resource. There are some authors that I would never recommend for a few reasons. I don't think that this is why I'm posting them on TikTok. I'm not posting them on TikTok, I'm posting them on Patreon. I'm posting my brutal book reviews on Patreon because some of these books I'm going to talk about, but I don't know if I can like publicly say what I would like to say. Okay, so I will never recommend books that are openly transphobic or even subtly transphobic. I'm not doing that. Like, I'm sorry, there's a very, very popular book out there, and some of you will have read it yourself, and you read it and you go, what the hell did I just read? So I'm never going to promote books that I'm aware of being, like, actively or even passively derogatory towards anyone. You know, that includes being transphobic, being racist, being homophobic, anything like that. Like, obviously, like, sometimes I might miss things, but if I have noticed and I'm aware of it, I am not going to recommend that to anyone, because there are too many books on the market right now for that to be what you read. And then I will also not promote books by certain authors that have had a severely damaging influence on the community for one reason or another. There is a particular author. Please do not write them in the comments. But many of you will likely know who I'm talking about. And so it kind of hurts my soul a little bit when I see people like asking for recommendations for beginner witchcraft books, and that is the book that gets mentioned, and I'm like, oh, please pick something else. Please pick something else. So yeah, there are a few, and the books that I talk about in my videos, they're the ones that I like, you know. So if you've seen that I've bought a book and I never mention it ever again, it's probably for a good reason. So I try to only talk about the books that I know that I feel comfortable sharing, and go from there, basically. Oh my goodness. I was in Barnes and Noble the other day, and they had a sign Witch Talk books on a little table of witchy planners and journals. Yeah. It makes me so annoyed. And actually, I don't know if this is something you'd be interested in. I was thinking of going to a store in the UK that sells a lot of these like TikTok books and getting their witchcraft books and legit seeing if they're good or not. Like, genuinely, because these are places where people will go, especially beginners who don't have that much money. They will go to these kind of places and they will buy the books and they will think, yes, this is great information. So I'm curious about doing that to see whether some of these like TikTok witch talk books are legit worth buying, because I've seen a lot of them are ghostwritten. And I have nothing inherently wrong with a book being ghostwritten. Lots of people ghostwrite books. But when you are trying to find a trusted source of witchcraft information, to have it be written by a ghostwriter with a fake name, with no information about them in the community, no one knows who they are, no one has ever interacted with them or spoken to them or even knows they exist, that's where I get concerned. You know, because how am I meant to rely on someone's source being good if no one has ever heard of who they are? And they are a ghostwriter that's been paid to write the book with probably no prior knowledge on witchcraft. I don't know how I feel about it. So if you would like me to go through like super popular stores, like I will go to Urban Outfitters. I do like Urban Outfitters, to be fair. I already said I'm not saying who it is for good reason, because I don't want to get sued. It will, if you know, you know, and if in doubt, look through the reviews on Goodreads and you will figure out quite quickly. If you look at the bad reviews, look at what the bad reviews are saying, and if the bad reviews say this book's really transphobic, then general case in point is it's going to be a transphobic book, even if other people haven't noticed that it's a transphobic book. And so on Goodreads, I will typically always go to the worst reviews and work up, because I find that some people are more scrupulous in their reviews than others. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Susan. Like, I think with some things, to ghostwrite a book is fine. You know, if you, I don't know, ghostwrite a book, a romance novel, that's fine. What alarms me is when you have people ghostwriting books on essential oils. And I'm like, I really hope you have the qualifications to be writing a book on essential oils. Oh, it's ghostwritten. That's reassuring. It scares me. Like, it concerns me. And so, yeah, I don't know how I feel about things like that. I think ghostwriting definitely has its place. See, what I would do is the books that you can get from these shops, they're usually like discount books, so they're usually really cheap in the first place. And if a book is really, really bad, then I will probably donate it. So someone will get something out of it, and the money can go to charity, because that way at least someone's getting some benefit out of it, you know. But it's one of them where it's a difficult one, because I want to be able to give people information on whether a book is good or not, whether I think it's worth you getting. But equally, I don't want to support people that don't appreciate the things that I appreciate. You know, like I want a book that makes people feel safe. I don't want a book that says that you don't deserve to read this book. I don't believe you exist. Like, that's just wrong. So like, it's a difficult one, because I'm not going to know that unless I read it. But I don't want to buy it and support them if I know it's going to be like that. So I don't know, it's a tricky one. It's a very, very tricky one. So yeah, read the reviews. Don't don't just, and that applies to even my reviews. Like if I say that I really like a book, feel free to go to Goodreads, go to a bunch of review websites and see if other people think it's good. You know, don't just take my word for it. Like, I may well miss something, and if I ever do, I really apologize because it's never intentional. But like, sometimes I might miss something, or I might not know something about an author that someone else does, and I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, well, where was I with this? I kind of went off on a tangent there, so I'm going to go back up because I have been on for a very, very long time. So I am going to try my best to get through some of these really quickly. So, are there any specific color correspondences with Imbolc? Yes. So you have reds, oranges, golds, yellows, whites, ivories, like a cream color. You also have greens, pastel shades, gold. Did I already say gold? Anyway, gold. Depends on what you're working with, whether you're working with the seasons, whether you're working with Brigid, or whether you're working with the sun is going to change which one you choose to connect with. Here we go. This is an interesting one. Whenever I do a spell, the energy drops as soon as I go and do other things, and it just feels like a regular burning candle with a random bunch of herbs around it. Any tips? Okay. I have a few questions. As usual, you don't have to tell me. You can just answer them yourself. How are you doing that spell? Are you using the candle as a vessel for your energy, or are you just charging the candle flame as it's lit? Because if you're just burning the candle flame as it's lit, as soon as you walk away from that candle, it is just a normal candle. It's not going to do anything else because all you're doing is putting your energy into that candle flame. It's gone. If you're using the candle as a vessel and you're allowing that candle to burn down, then as you walk away, it continues to use the energy that you've put into that vessel, and it's going to use it all up until it's gone. And that's why some candle magic, you need to just have the candle lit for the duration of the working, and other candles you can leave burning. The ones that you leave burning are the ones that you have filled with your energy and you've sealed them with your energy. So the energy can't just dissipate easily. You have to burn it to release it. Those kind you can leave unattended. The kind where you're putting energy into it as it's burning, which is what's often seen in these candle spells where they say, take a colored candle, light it, say these words over it. That is just a candle where you are charging the flame with energy as it's burning. And once you walk away, that is just a normal candle. So it's really going to depend on what it is that you're doing when it comes to candle magic. It could be that you're not sealing the energy into the candle enough, so it's just dissipating really quickly. It might be that you're not putting any energy into the candle at all, and that's why nothing is being released, because there's no energy in it to be released after you've walked away. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, The Deviant Witch. Have you ever heard of the spread deck? It's a deck that you use with your tarot deck to make intuitive spreads. I haven't. I'm going to have to type that in. I spelt spread wrong. How did I manage to spell spread wrong? Anyway. No, I haven't looked at that, but I'm now officially going to look at that because it's on my computer and I can't I can't not now. It's right in my face. So, yeah, that's interesting. Can we swap rooms? Your one is beautiful. I promise it's only beautiful behind me. All of the crap that was in my room is now everywhere in front of me. That's just how this works. Oh my goodness, I think I'm nearly down at the bottom. Oh my god. I'm on the familiar bit. This has been an amazing live stream, by the way. So I want to thank everyone who has been here consistently, or for really any amount of time. This has been so much fun for me. I really needed this. I kind of got into a slump with my filming and stuff. So thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to listen to me waffle on about witchcraft. Like, that means a lot to me. What's my opinion on pop culture deities? I mean, to me, they're not really much different from real quote-unquote deities, because ultimately it is just the beginnings of it. I mean, deities, this is my opinion, right? My stance on it is the idea of God forms, right? They are supersized thought forms where if enough people have a belief in something, it becomes real. A God form or a deity. So to me, pop culture deities are just the beginnings of a new God form. Like in 100 years, we are going to find paintings that people have done and works of literature that people have created to a character from a TV show that no one knows even exists anymore. You know, there are going to be paintings of Joey from Friends and like fan fictions of Joey from Friends that people are probably going to believe is us venerating some unknown deity. And like, I find that really fascinating. Like the idea that things we leave behind, people are probably going to misidentify, but it shapes new folklore, new mythology. So like, I think it's fascinating. And like, that's just really cool. I just think that's so cool. So let's have a look. Where else was I? Can you please tell us more about what spirit familiars can do? So really, familiars are for any kind of spiritual assistance. So they can traverse the astral planes alongside us to offer us protection while we are traveling. They can aid in spiritual and physical protection of the body and the home, and are used sometimes in place of servitors to offer spiritual and physical protection, so they can guard a space when you are not there. They can protect you while you are asleep. They can help deflect or absorb magic and energy that has been aimed towards you that you do not want. So that's really good. They can also transform that energy and be able to send it back again, which is super useful. They can be used to gain information and knowledge on things that you would not be able to find out, whether that involves spying on people or discovering information from places you will never be able to go or have never been able to go. They can also get information from the spiritual plane, so from other spirits that you have not yet encountered or maybe will never encounter, they can gain information from. They can add their energy into spellwork and ritual, as well as giving it energetic manipulation, so to speak, from the spiritual plane, so they can pull strings, push things that need to be pushed, pull things that need to be pulled to get things to line up for you more effectively. So that is another good thing that they can do. They can help with divination, once again by gaining information from other places in the world, people, and they can also assist in dream magic, so you can gain information. They can work as like an intermediary between you and deities, you and other spirits, you and other witches. That's another good one. Many people will also many witches will send familiars to interact with other coven familiars so that you can gain information that way, so you can work over a long distance. Spirit familiars, so useful. Like, so useful. And yet people minimize them and turn them into a cat with a collar, like from Charmed, which I think is such a shame. Like, it's a minimization of what they are, and it's been minimized often by the church as a way of reducing what magic practitioners, not just witches, but witches were just one type of magical practitioner, were capable of doing. And I think that's really sad, and people still do it to this day. It's a shame. What does masculine and feminine in correspondences really mean? So this is going to depend on your belief system, your religion, because obviously different religions and traditions are going to have different things. But here's the way I think of it, right? And this might help if you don't resonate with like masculine, feminine, because the whole binary system of things just kind of confuses me. But I see it as soft and pointy. Now, that might sound really, really simplistic, but if something has feminine energy, I'm currently messing with a hair tie, sorry. If something has feminine energy, what that means to me is that it is a little softer. Perhaps it takes a gentler approach. It'll get the job done, but it'll do it in a nice, soft way. It'll like move around things. It'll fit through gaps to manifest its result. Whereas something has masculine energy, to me, that just means it's a little bit more pointy, direct. It's a little bit more move, thank you, or move, you're welcome, I suppose, depending on how something is. Anyway, so one has a more like direct, harsher approach. One has a softer approach. And so we'll often see the herbs that are used for healing and things like fertility are often feminine. So they're often feminine herbs, feminine crystals, feminine items. The things that are used for action, for power, influence, dominance, they're often considered to be like sharper, more masculine, more direct. So you can really take away the whole masculine feminine thing and just think soft and fluid, hard and direct, and just go with that. And some things are both, and they can be both, and a lot of things can be a balance, and it depends on what you need. There are many plants and many crystals and even tools out there that are both, depending on what it is that you're using them for. So for instance, a cauldron is traditionally seen as being feminine. It's often considered to be round and delicate and womanly. And to me, it isn't that all of the time. To me, it's, if you're burning something in it, that's really direct, that's super forceful, that's dominating, that's fire, it's literally hot and burny. I don't consider that particularly soft and gentle, but if you were to fill a cauldron with water, that can be quite soothing, and even boiling water has a soft feeling to it. And then you just have to look at deities. There are plenty of deities around the world that are completely gender fluid, or they don't assign to a binary gender system. We see this a lot within characters or figures like Loki. And so I would say, if you're struggling with the whole masculine feminine, because I didn't really understand it at first, just go with the smooth and gentle and the harsh and pointy. And some things are both. And actually quite a lot of things can be perceived as being both. Because ultimately, as was mentioned here, energy is energy. And it's really just like the way it goes around things. And that's just how I perceive it. Everyone is going to be different, obviously. I just would rather just get rid of the feminine, masculine. I don't really, because that's what they're doing. They just say, well, this one's kind of soft, so therefore it's feminine. Like, what these herbs do predates the gendered naming. Does that make sense? So it's like they've gone, well, all of these things are quite round and bulbous, and that makes them feminine, and these things are sharp and pointy, and that makes them masculine. In reality, that thing was round and bulbous and sharp and pointy before it was labeled masculine and feminine. So I just go off like soft and pointy, regardless of what people call that. Bum ba dum bum ba dum bum bum. Would you ever do Zoom calls on your Patreon, on one of your higher tiers, like study hours or group rituals, Sabbath celebrations or workshops? This would be a dream come true. I don't know. I would like to. It's whether I would have the time to be able to strictly dedicate to that, and like, I wouldn't want to set something up and then not be able to stick to it. So I'm not sure. We'll have to see on that one. Right. Oh, it's gonna jump. I hope that I'm near the bottom, because it's going. This is a long live stream, and I need a drink. I need a drink, and I need to look at something that isn't a bright filming light. Okay, I think I was around here. Do, 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 ooh, ooh, ooh. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. I'm trying to figure out where on earth I was. I think I was about here. What's my favorite crystal? My favorite crystal is citrine, and it might be unconventional. I don't care if it's heat-treated amethyst or actual citrine. Like, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not fussed. It all works well for me. If you're new to sigils, how long can it take to get them to work? So sigils created either way are going to be starting to work straight away. So if you charge a sigil while you're creating it, the energy is being released from that moment onwards until the energy is gone. If you are creating a sigil and then charging it by destroying it, the minute you destroy it, you charge that sigil and it starts working straight away. Now, the thing with sigils is they are very minor magic unless they are charged and used alongside other things. So if you're after something big or substantial, you might not see the results that you're after with just a sigil. What are your favorite herbs to add into a loose incense mix? So this is really going to depend on what it is that I'm using, but I'll be honest, if I can add rose into something, I will. I love the smell of rose. That might make me a grandma. I love rose perfume. I love rose candles. I love rose aromatherapy sprays. I love rose body wash, everything. Give me the rose. So I will try my best to add rose into everything because I just love it. So that is one thing that I will always try to add in. Plus, it's pretty good for everything because it's good for manifestation. So therefore, pretty good for everything. Oh my god, 1 hour once a month of us just reading together on Patreon. That would get so boring so quickly. I'm sure it would. And also I'm terrible, right, to be around when I'm reading because I am that person who I cannot do anything without it showing on my face. So I'll read something I don't like and I'm like, and everyone will be like, what is it? I'm like, no, it's fine. Or I will just like actively like groan and toss the book to a side. Unless it's like one of my nice books. And then I won't. Then I'll place it down gently but in disgust. Right. I think I am going to have to go for tonight, everyone. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone's questions, but I am absolutely parched. I am desperate for a drink. So I am going to go and do that. And I hope that you did enjoy this live stream. I just hope that you enjoy the content, honestly. If you did enjoy this, please give it a like. It means a lot to me and it really shows me that you like the live streams and it tells YouTube that you like them as well. If you do want to know when I'm going to upload next, if you subscribe and then turn on the bell notifications, it should, fingers crossed, tell you when I go live. So you should get a notification on your phone, on your tablet, on YouTube to say that I've gone live. And that way, if you've missed a lot of it, you are able to go back and actually watch one all the way from the start, which would be amazing. So thank you so much to my mods. Thank you, Ears. It means so much to me that you spend your evening listening to me do this and keeping the peace with everyone. So yeah, thank you so much. I am back on next Wednesday with a historic witchcraft protection video. So if you're interested in witchcraft history, that is next Wednesday's episode. So I hope that you do enjoy that one when it comes out. Let me know. And yeah, I hope you're all staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous, magical day. And I will see you next Wednesday if you choose to join me. Oh, and thank you to everyone who has been here, commented, liked, donated, all of that stuff. I really appreciate it. So anyway, I'm going to go and I will talk to everyone next month if I don't see you before then. Okay, I'm actually going to go now, otherwise I will be here forever. So, bye!